Decades of severe weather experience here for you when it counts. This is Doc Deason's Weather, live now.
Hi, everybody. 6:48. I hope you're having a good Sunday night. We got tornado warning now active for folks in southwestern Hopkins County. This is the storm that Weather Service had issued a severe thunderstorm warning on a little bit earlier on, and so that was eventually led to a tornado warning north of that area up into Delta County. And the storm continues to produce pretty good rotation, at least on radar, and that with the southeastward movement went ahead and led to the tornado warnings. That goes to 7:30 for southwestern Hopkins County, 6:45, which was a little over 3 minutes ago. Weather Service radar showing a storm capable of a tornado, and that's going to be about near Commerce, moving southeast at around 25. So you got a tornado and some half-dollar-sized hail with that. Let me get in here on the radar, and we'll show again this thing right near Commerce. You can see that there, the green shading indicating winds that are blowing back in towards the radar side at Fort Worth, and this brighter reddish shading showing those winds that are blowing away from the side. So let's look at this thing from more of a traditional base, what we call base reflectivity perspective. You can see the inflow notch there over Commerce. The hail, whatever there is hail-wise, is going to be on the north side of the city of Commerce right now. This thing's been running pretty good southeast right along Highway 11, and have not seen any reports of a touchdown. But it does have the markings of something that could produce something, given at least what it looks like on the radar. And so that's what's led to where we are here now. Otherwise, we'll put this thing into motion real fast. You can see, we'll kind of zoom out a little bit as well. The storm itself expected to not be so much of a player specifically for Sulphur Springs. The warning, the polygon does not include that part of Hopkins County. This will be for the western and kind of southwestern part of the county. Although we'll get some heavy rainfall in the Sulphur Springs area shortly, with that thing getting down, making its run towards Interstate 30 right now. But you guys, Cumbie area and that area again of western Hopkins County is our main target as far as anything that could be tornadic. You get obviously some heavy rainfall in there, and that what looks like a minimal hail threat right now based on what it's presenting on the radar. But the heart of this thing right now, right over Commerce as we speak. And again, the warning goes until 7:30 tonight. Absolutely, Mel. Glad you're here. Other storms tonight that we have been watching and kind of been talking about since back before church this morning. Another good storm there over central part of Anderson County right now, north side of Palestine. That's a severe thunderstorm warning for it. That storm capable of producing up to quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. The warning itself goes until 7 o'clock for you guys in Anderson County. And we'll see kind of how the Weather Service decides to move on that. It still seems to be holding a pretty decent hail threat there based on what the radar is showing. They're just north, kind of northwest side of the city of Palestine. So keep that in mind, you guys that are up north of town. This thing producing at least quarters in there, I would bet. And maybe a few larger stones potentially mixed in, but quarters would be the main variety, quarters and stuff a little bit smaller than that. Otherwise, not much else going on tonight, at least for the moment. In our immediate area, we do have thunderstorms back up towards DFW and also south of 30 on 35. And what I think we're going to have happen is just kind of more of a blossoming of a scattering of thunderstorms that are going to continue to kind of blossom as we go into the evening hours tonight. We got some pretty good cool air aloft, so moving in, disturbance coming in, a lot of moisture. And so that is going to all work in concert to bring us what looks like a pretty good coverage of showers and thunderstorms overnight. As we talked about this morning, Danielle's in Palestine said it's meaner on the radar. Okay, yeah. Well, the Palestine area, you guys on the far southern extent of anything that's going on there right now. So there'll be some there'll be some additional stuff, heading your way, especially you guys who were on the north side of Palestine. You're seeing it more than the folks on the south side of town. But the hail threat is even further north and west from that. Okay. So let's get back in on this tornado warning storm, which is why we popped on to start with. Again, the storm there, near Commerce, north side of Commerce. Let's look at the velocity product here. We'll kind of, so we got still some pretty broad rotation there. We're watching what's going on there. A little bit on the north side there of town still. So Weather Service still looking at that. Have not had any reports of ground truth on anything tornadic there, but the players at least would appear to be on the field, looking at what it appears like on radar. And I have seen a report of a spotter in the area of the storm who was keeping an eye on what looked like a decent looking wall cloud back the last 20, 30 minutes or so ago. So that's what we're just gonna kind of monitor this thing. It definitely has the characteristics of a strong thunderstorm, if nothing more. But I think the potential for something a little bit more organized is definitely going to be there, and we'll be able to keep an eye on that as well. Weather Service is going to put a new severe thunderstorm warning in place for Anderson County. South of that current warning, which makes sense based on what the radar looked like a while ago. So we'll have one that will include folks in Palestine here shortly. Quarters looks like is what they're going to be mainly concerned with on that. So we'll talk about that here in a second. Some better wind, at least, production in this thing down near Campbell right now. And so that's looking a little bit stronger than it had a few minutes or so ago. So just kind of scan in here, looking for some potential speeds. Again, not all this is going to be translating down to the ground, but it's going to have probably 40 to 50 mile an hour wind, potentially, maybe north side of Campbell. I think Weather Service is just about to put out that new warning for Anderson County. Here. Let's print that. Yeah, Stephanie, please bring the rain to Flint. I totally understand the sentiment there. All right, let's pass this along here. Just one sec.
Severe thunderstorm warning.
All right, severe thunderstorm warning now for central Anderson County till 8 o'clock. Weather Service looking at that storm, which it was over kind of north central part of Anderson County. Here's the new warning, which covers Palestine down to Elkhart. That thing continues moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour, 60 mile an hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Hail doesn't look quite as pronounced as it did a couple of scans back. Take that back a couple of scans. You can see it a little bit more concentrated. Looks a little bit more, not quite as strong there, but that is going to take the hail, right there, if not through Palestine, west side of town. So we'll be ready for up to quarters at least in Palestine here shortly. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Severe thunderstorm watch does include Anderson County, basically kind of on the southeast edge of the box overall. The watch itself goes back towards the DFW Metroplex. And again, that is severe thunderstorm watch box, not a tornado watch per se. Tornado threat has looked pretty minimal today overall, but with some different boundaries in place and these storms interacting with that, you can end up with some things that I want to spend a little bit more than some of the neighbors that are a bit more removed from any kind of boundaries, and that's always something you have to watch for when you have different things in the mix on a day like today. So the tornado warning continues for Hopkins County. That'll be southwestern Hopkins County. Does not include officially Sulphur Springs right now. Warning goes until, what time did we have that until? I think it was 7:30. Yeah, 7:30 for the tornado warning. Back in closer. Pretty strong wind there between Campbell and Cumbie. Rotation doesn't look, though, as tightly pronounced as it did here a little bit ago. So we're at 7 o'clock almost, 6:59 right now. You guys in the Sulphur Springs area, light to moderate rainfall in your neck of the woods right now. That'll pick up somewhat, although the core of the storm is going to pass to the west of you, which is where that tornado threat is at as well. But probably a pretty good light show off to the west of you, and I'm sure it looks pretty impressive just looking at the clouds and whatnot from Sulphur Springs. So here's Highway 11, which runs into Sulphur Springs from the northeast, back up towards Commerce. Best rotation is going to be south side of Commerce now. Right there near Highway 24. Just kind of right there between 11 and 24 to give you a couple of landmarks there. Tracy's starting to water the yard. Hopefully that'll help in the rain process. Yeah, I did some of that too. We got back into town yesterday and realized we needed to put a little bit more water on there. But just as you do that, you realize the rain is coming tonight, hopefully, and tomorrow. So it'll be a short-lived rain, or a short-lived watering regimen here for a day or so, and then we'll be back at it later on in the week. But you take whatever you can get, for sure. These other storms, supercell storms out near Garland and on the south side of Dallas County, Weather Service watching those. Here's what the radars look like over the last hour or so. So you got one storm. You had one parent storm that kind of split, shot a tornado warning storm off to the southeast, and then the left guy there up near Petty, severe thunderstorm warning for that's going to be Lamar County, up near Paris. Not a problem for us here, but back further to south, closer to Interstate 20, not much going on. Just some clouds and a lot of humidity to be going around. Let's get back on this southern storm here real fast. Yeah, not a tornado warning on it, just severe thunderstorm warning, but the hail potential looks a little bit better there than it did a couple of scans ago. A bit more concentrated there. So this will be west side of Palestine where that better hail is going to sit at. The warning does include the city of Palestine down to Elkhart. Does include Natchez, although the better strength and the stronger part of the storm are going to be southwest of Natchez, closer to Palestine there. So we're at 7:02 right now. 2 warnings out: the severe thunderstorm warning for Anderson County, and then the tornado warning which was earlier a severe thunderstorm warning. Weather Service looking at the rotation there, looking at looked like to be a wall cloud there near Commerce, and all of those things led to the issuance of the tornado warning. Again, the warning itself, if you're just now hopping on, does not include the city of Sulphur Springs proper. It'll be you guys there on the west side of the county. If we have anything, it's going to be right in this little pocket right here. So it'll be north, just northwest of Cumbie, just east of Campbell. There's Highway 21, or 24 rather. Here's Highway 11. So if we have something, we're going to be sitting it right in this pocket here, just east of Campbell. So we'll keep it here as long as this tornado warning is in play. If you're new to the page, we don't hop on just for garden variety type stuff. We limit that to usually to things that are either tornado warnings or significant severe thunderstorm situations. We've had our share of that stuff so far this year. It's been kind of quiet though for a bit. That's what you get in a drought, and so we're thankful for the moisture, obviously. But the severe stuff, not exactly what people were hoping for. But in this case, beggars hard to be choosers when you're in the stretch of a drought like we have been in for the last little bit. So again, that heavier rainfall continue to pick up in Palestine proper. You guys, northwest side of town, that'll be where the best hail is at. 19 going out of Palestine up towards Canton and Athens before that, but that's where the best hail is going to be sitting at least at the moment. This thing continues to kind of ride southeast along Highway 19. Nothing for Gilmer right now, Brittany. Hey, Lacey, thanks for being here. Yeah, Mark, nothing really. That Sulphur Springs storm not going to be a problem for you guys, Winsboro. It's going to stay well to the west of you, but it looks impressive on the radar. Just pulled out like that, you can make out good structure on it. But again, Wood County quiet, Winsboro, you guys quiet, Southern Franklin, really not much going on besides these two players for the moment. Yeah, Jake, for the time being, asking about tornado potential, Gallatin area. I think the tornado potential overall is going to be further to the north, up closer to the boundary. And the further south you get, we don't really have the best wind field in position to do a lot on that tornado front as far as tornadoes go. You look outside, you can tell it's not a terribly windy day. We don't have some of the mechanics that we need to do that kind of thing on a more widespread basis on a day like today. We got a lot of juice, but we don't have all of the pieces on the table to allow for that. So, as far as stuff in the Gallatin area, I would say your chances of organized tornadic stuff will be lower than that up further to the north. Rusk area, Bryce, thunderstorms, you got that guy off to the west of you right now. That storm over Anderson County is going to pass well to the west of you guys in Rusk. So you'll be fine there, southern Cherokee County. Yeah, Mark, everybody needs the rain, man, for sure. So we're at 7:07 right now. We got 2 warnings out. This tornado warning up for western Hopkins County does not include Sulphur Springs. And hey, Courtney, thanks for being with us up there, Alba Golden. Appreciate you being here. Nothing really doing in the Alba Golden area right now, so you got a pretty good light show though. I bet off to the northeast or northwest of you though. And then the storm down near Palestine, getting into the western side of Palestine. As we speak, that hail core still looking pretty strong there, up to quarters, maybe a few, maybe a couple stones a little bit larger than that, but the bigger hail is going to be back further to the north, up 19 outside of town, although heading to the southeast. So there's what that looks like right there. Should be a thunderstorm warning for Anderson County, goes till 8. Otherwise, some 60-mile-an-hour winds possible in there with that guy. Josie, Canton's look okay right now. Canton's looking all right. Not really anything going on in Van Zandt County. The watch box does clip northern, northwestern Van Zandt County. Here's the box, the edge of the box right here. This yellow box. I think you can make that out from up around Paris, down through the DFW Metroplex. It includes Hopkins County, Rains County, Van Zandt County, western Henderson County, and extreme western Anderson County. So box goes from northeast to southwest and clips those western counties right there. But Canton itself, not really much going on, at least for the moment. We'll be watching that storm that's up towards west side of Hopkins County for it to continue diving to the southeast. And look at what also is kind of going on too. You got some additional storms starting to try to fire up. Caddo Mills, that storm there east of Garland. The storms out in the southeastern Dallas County. You can see some boundaries coming into play. You got these little lines that you see kind of running across the screen. Those are little, we call outflow boundaries. So they act to kind of help to enhance thunderstorm development as well. They can do that. And so, when we're in a daylight today where we've got a lot of different boundaries going on, you could see a lot of storms fire up from different directions on a day like today, with this kind of, when you've got the field already kind of seeded with moisture and some cool air coming in, that disturbance coming in aloft. Will the Sulphur Springs storms make it to Gilmer, Wade? Those storms, there'll be other storms that fire up. This particular storm out near Sulphur Springs is going to continue going more southwest or southeast. It'll pass west of you guys. But there will be other storms, and you can see that. In fact, here's a broader look at the radar, and you can see those things just kind of starting to blossom, which is what it looked like was going to happen. And so that is, at least that seems to be taking shape somewhat as you would expect. You can see these little boundaries here. So that one north of McKinney, that one coming off of Cedar Hill. So they just kind of pop up, or allow healthy storms to kind of pop up in this kind of an environment. There's nothing to stop it. We'll just say that. Let's see here. What is that? Okay. So, seeing reports of dimes to upwards of nickels in the Commerce area in the last little bit. So that all jives. I've not seen anything tornadic. Some wind damage up east of Campbell earlier on, which is from this same parent storm. There's Campbell there. So some wind damage there. We'd seen the winds and talked about the winds earlier. They don't look as strong as they did a couple scans ago, which is good. You got this little guy out there near Greenville. We'll see what happens with that. A lot of lightning in there. So in addition to the heavy rain and what tornado threat could be there, you got some hefty lightning as well. And the wind threat from just straight line type situation. Glad that helps, Jake. Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate it, Josie. Thank you guys for watching. Really appreciate that. 7:13 right now. 2 warnings again out. Just hopping on. The tornado warning for Hopkins County, western Hopkins County. Nothing reported as far as anything on the ground. Organized tornado on the ground. Nothing reported of that. The potential looked to be there from radar and also from some chasers who were near this storm of at least a wall cloud earlier on when it was back up closer to Commerce. So that's the one storm. The second storm is into Anderson County right now and is probably dropping maybe some P's to dimes on the western side of Palestine right now. The better hail potential back up Highway 19, where it has been, seems like for a bit. And that's just for a traditional severe thunderstorm there. Anthony, I think the storms will increase in coverage as we move through the evening hours overall. Thanks, Rosanna. Glad to be back. So as far as strength goes, he was asking, will the storms increase in strength as they move southeast? I think we'll see stronger storms probably congeal into some larger clusters through the evening hours tonight. To get back on this Sulphur Spring, this Hopkins County storm too, like we talked about here a second ago, it's not presenting as well from the velocity product, not as quite as impressive as it was a few scans ago. Weather Service is seeing that too, and the warning itself won't expire officially until 7:30. But it doesn't look as ominous on the radar as it did here a couple scans ago. So good news there. Still want to obviously take the precautions, the tornado precautions, if you were along I-30, kind of south of Cumbie. We'll say south of Cumbie, west of Brashear. Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it, man. Glad to be back. Ashland, nothing Athens area right now. You guys are north and south of the storms for the moment. Nothing Smith County again. We're looking at the Fort Worth radar for now because that's really where everything is at. That's going to give us a better look, but nothing. Some light showers. Even though we are looking at the radar of out of Fort Worth, just some light showers, Gregg County. And nothing severe at the moment. And when we get on to the Shreveport radar, it looks even less impressive across the eastern part of East Texas right now. Had some good showers and storms this morning. It ran across Panola County, Shelby County, kind of the deep East Texas counties. That was nice to get some rain there. Hate that we missed it here in Tyler, but it is what it is. And so at least for now, the real action, what there is going to be across the western part of the region, at least for the time being. Pretty good storms down there in Waco, further towards Killeen, and that watch box you can see goes down about as far south as Austin, and then comes back up closer to the Red River, Sherman, folks in Paris on the northeast piece of that watch box. So apparently we've got some better hail production now there. That would be on the northwest side, north and west side of Palestine, near the balloon base. Reported some golf ball size hail there, apparently. If you guys, anyone in the Palestine area proper, especially west side of Palestine or northwest of Palestine, I'd love to know if you're seeing anything hail-wise there. If it's going to be anywhere, it's going to be right in there. So if you have anybody, or you are in western Palestine or northwest side of town, out to 287 or 19, throw your comment there into the chat. I'd be curious to know what's going on, what you're seeing there. Reported some golf balls in that area just a short time ago. So the Weather Service is updating that now to show golf ball hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds for that Anderson County storm potentially. Connor just went over you out in Mount Alba. Got quarters and heavy wind. Okay, thanks, Connor, for that. Appreciate it. All right, so we're at 7:19. Severe thunderstorm warning for Anderson County continues until 8 o'clock. Had a report, fire department reporting some golf ball sized hail shortly, just a short time ago, out on near the over Palestine. They're saying over Palestine. It's going to have to be on the west side of town or a little bit further. The balloon base is just outside of town, the Columbia Research base there. Near Palestine. So the hail is it is confirming there with that storm. So we do want to definitely take that seriously, you guys, with anything that you need to get covered up on the west side of town and southwest of town, because this storm continues moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour. So here's the last hour or so worth of that. So you can see how it's trending. Heavy rainfall to the east of it. Natchez, you guys are almost out from underneath even the lightest of the rainfall. This thing is not a huge. It's a good sized storm, but it doesn't cover multiple counties, and is really doing the most impact there, west side of town. So a lot of broad rotation in there that could infer from that, rather. So to keep an eye on that. So let's get back. Speaking of, let's get back on the Hopkins County storm real fast, as it does have the tornado warning for about another 8 minutes or so. We'll put that guy in motion. Again, the worst of this, or the strongest of this, is going to stay west of Sulphur Springs. The tornado warning does not include Sulphur Springs proper. It does have Brashear, Cumbie, and those areas south and western parts of Hopkins County. Looks like broader rotation in there now, not nearly as tight and concentrated as it was 10, 15 minutes or so ago. So good there. So that's what we want to see. Again, that warning for you guys, Hopkins County, for a little over 8 minutes from right now. And they will be pulling that down. A lot of lightning in there, though. Man, look at that. So good lightning production. 2 areas of potential hail. There's that one near Campbell, the other one near Cumbie. Probably some quarters, maybe something a little bit bigger than quarters there west of Campbell right now, right along Interstate 30 and north of Interstate 30. Really north and south of 30, I guess. Brittany, this one's not going to hit Gilmer, no ma'am. Thanks, Kathy. Appreciate you. Thanks for watching from Arkansas. Appreciate that much, ma'am. So that's a bigger, it's a bigger storm here over Hopkins County. Basically, we've got a couple of storms that are kind of congealing into a larger mass. And anytime storms have to share energy, usually the stronger one oftentimes will lose some of its punch. And that may be part of what's going on here with that. Kind of robbing the east storm a little bit, or disrupting it at least. So we're about 6 minutes, a little over 6 minutes from seeing this thing expire, at least the tornado warning. So good news there. Showers. Some things seem to be wanting to fire and sustain, and then others seem to kind of be dying off a little bit. See that boundary, though, coming south out of Anna, and how you see storms try to want to blossom a little bit there as that thing comes across. So little boundaries like that can do a lot to storms and help to spin something up that might not spin otherwise. Checking a couple of different things here while we're at it. We've seen that already. Oh, man, up to ping pong ball sized hail up those storms near Dallas. That's not us, but still impressive. Tornado potential, Jasmine, was pretty close to zero early this morning. And Storm Prediction Center increased that potential ever so slightly with their lunchtime update. And so we've kind of got that lower end potential still sitting out there. That'll be especially for these storms, I think, that interact with boundaries and can have a little bit more help along tornado production along that road. But it's not a widespread tornado threat tonight like on days like some of our bigger, more high-end spring days where we have, everything that hits the radar seems to want to start to spin. This is not one of those days. This will be more of an isolated thing versus a widespread concern, if that helps any. So that's just a little bit of behind the scenes. James asking about Tyler, man. I mean, it's hard to say. I think we'll be watching these things, this storm continue. It'll be interesting to see how these storms, how they grow. and expand in coverage early, through the evening hours. I think we could have some rainfall in the Tyler area, hour and a half. Just we'll have to watch these things and see how they manage to progress. Lindale, same thing, northern part of Smith County. This will be something we just kind of have to watch for the next few hours and see how things maintain. We are losing daytime heating, but we have a little bit better dynamics coming into law, so that should help to keep things from dying off, maybe quite like they would during the heat of the summer, when you have some of those pop-up thunderstorms that happen, during the month of June, where they'll go up, and then once you lose daytime heating, the driver for everything kind of falls apart, and the storms fall apart as well. So this is not going to be one of those things, I think, where we lose the heating and we lose the storms. We'll be able to maintain that stuff well into the night. At least the potential there. Let's see here. So Weather Service is fixing to, that's Texas for you, isn't it? Or fixing to, my words, not theirs, reissue severe thunderstorm warning for Hopkins County, the hail and wind being the main threats there. So they'll take this thing further to the southeast, and but do so with a severe thunderstorm warning, and they'll pull the tornado tag from that. So that's good. Not that you want the hail or the wind, but it's good to see at least them able to remove that, because I know that gets a lot of folks a lot of amped up. So that's good news there. But the threat's still the same, and a 60-mile-an-hour wind can put a tree through a house just as easily, and if you're in the right place at the wrong time, cause a lot of grief. So we don't want to undersell the threat, but we also want to. We're also thankful that we can at least lose that tornado concern there. And this is going to have a bit wider reach. This particular warning is going to have a little bit more real estate attached to it. So we'll pull that off the printer here and talk about it here just in a second. Peas to marbles hitting on Highway 155 Palestine. Thanks for that, Brenda. I appreciate that. Rhonda, hailing here in Palestine Dimes, Upper North Jackson. Okay, thanks for that. Very, very, very much. All right, stand by one, y'all.
Severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, here's the new severe thunderstorm warning. Again, the tornado warning was allowed to expire at 7:30. We're at 7:31 almost right now. Severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Van Zant, southwestern Hopkins, and Rains County until 8:30. Storms located along a line from near Cumbie to Greenville, moving southeast at 25, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and $50 sized hail. So that's going to be a little bit bigger than quarters. So here we come with that. So it's gonna include practically it's gonna have all of Rains County, and it'll get down into Van Zant County as far south as about Myrtle Springs over to just north of Van. There's Canton there. So Canton Grand Saline is in the polygon. Canton and Van are not. Okay. Hail doesn't look quite as impressive as it did a couple of scans ago. You can see how that seems to be washing out a little bit. So that's good. You guys who were maybe be hopping on thanks to the NOAA Weather Radio toning out for Rains County and Van Zant County, welcome in. 7:32. We're watching the severe thunderstorm warning now until 8:30. For Rains County, most of Hopkins County and the northern part of Van Zandt County. So here's why. Storms, again, not as strong seemingly as they were 3-4 scans ago. Best hail potential is going to be there near and just southwest of Campbell. Right there's Interstate 30 running right to left across the screen, that blue line. And then some hail potential, more scattered in nature, south of there. You get back closer to Highway 69, heading down towards Lone Oak. Okay, so there's that. Sulphur Springs, you're still going to miss the bulk of this, some light to moderate rainfall, Sulphur Springs area right now. Yanis, you guys got some light rainfall into your area at the moment. Emory, you're quiet. Point, you're quiet, but you got good light show, I bet, off just to the north of you and northwest of you, and that's all coming in your direction, so hang in there. A lot of folks wanting some rain, and we'll get that. You guys in Alba Golden, Mineola, Grand Saline, rain headed your direction as well. You folks in Wood County, Alba and Golden, neither involved in any kind of severe thunderstorm warning, at least at the moment. But the Shreveport office will make a move on that here shortly. It looks like they're going to put out a special weather statement for this for northwestern Wood County. 50 to 55 mile an hour winds and half-inch hail is what they're going to speak on for you guys in Wood County. But this thing is definitely, you're seeing a lot bigger chunk of real estate now involved in rainfall than we had half hour or so ago. Small shower in Coffee City. Thanks for that. Appreciate it, Stephanie. Thanks for watching. So let's get back into this storm here again over Anderson County right now. It looks like this thing is falling apart here. Oh, Suzanne, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Tell her I said, or I'll tell her hello. Thanks for watching. Yeah, but this thing here, Palestine, looks like it's collapsing here pretty rapidly. Watch the downward turn in all of the reflectivity. So that's a good sign there. I hate the loss of rain, but look at how the lightning production just dwindles there all of a sudden. See that? Yeah, that thing is. It's going to need something to revive it, or it's going to. So the bigger dog here continues to be the storms that are over Hopkins County. Eli, not much going on Pittsburgh area, at least at the moment. You guys just watching the rain off to the west of you, and some showers there, a thunderstorm there near Talco. Up northwestern Titus County right now. Yeah, this thing over Anderson County is dying quickly. But the storms here over the northwestern part continue to expand in overall coverage, although not as strong overall as they were individually earlier on. So I'm glad for that. I like the rain, though. Yanis, you're liking that. Como. Almost to Winsboro. You guys in Winsboro are going to get, unfortunately, at least this time around, not as much as your neighbors off to the west. We'll watch those showers up towards Talco and hope for some better production on things. You bet, Eli. Still impressed with the way this thing is just dying off. near Palestine. You go from golf ball sized hail to can you find any hail? $737 right now. 2 warnings out, and they just trimmed that down. You bet, Renee. So the warnings we have, both severe thunderstorm warnings. Severe thunderstorm warning, Anderson County, for this storm here, which is quickly losing or has lost a lot of its strength over what it was just 15, 20 minutes ago. Cameron, nothing Marshall right now, no. Everything that's moving is doing so in kind of a south to southeasterly direction, at least these 2 storms that we have right now, that we're keeping an eye on at least. Pretty good one there near Waxahachie. That'll pass. We'll see if that might clip far western Henderson County, but it's probably going to do more southeast than it is east on movement. So we'll keep it here for just a few more minutes and watch these things, see if anything else pops up. Van Zant, Katie, you're in Van. Thanks for watching, by the way. Yeah, Katie, what's coming at you guys is, first off, you guys in Van are not inside the warning itself proper. Your neighbors north of you are Grand Saline, Wills Point, Edgewood, Fruitvale. There's 80 running across the county, but y'all are not actually in the warning for the time being. This storm does not look as impressive as it did earlier on. The hail production certainly doesn't. The wind production, tornado-wise, does not look nearly is not nearly what it was earlier. But the rain's good, and it's a widespread swath of rain, so that's good. Lightning production has come down somewhat, I would say, from where it was earlier. So we're trending. I like the heavier rain potential, the component of that, just being greedy from the drought standpoint. So you got some rain there, and you got some rain, Kirsten? Let's pull this up real fast. So just some scattered showers over the eastern counties, Harrison County, Marion County, shower there west of Longview currently. Not really much doing over Smith County. Maybe a few light sprinkles back further north. Thanks, Katie. Appreciate that. That's what we try to do with it. Let's get back on this other radar. Kirsten, I don't think it's going to get too bad in Tyler per se. We got to have some rain. We really need some rain. The stuff that's out there right now, though, does not look doesn't look terribly concerning for the moment, at least. For Smith County, we'll have got some rainfall on the way if it can hold itself together. That'll be coming in out of Wood County here eventually. Smith County, Gregg County, Angelina County, none of those involved in any kind of a watch box. The only counties involved in the severe thunderstorm watch box are the western counties, the westernmost parts of East Texas. And that is it as far as that's concerned. That's a cool cloud, Donna. Let's see here. What a cool shot there. Thanks, Donna, for sending that in. Between Athens and Crossroads. Very nice. You can see that rotating. That's impressive. See if we can make that a little bit bigger. Will it get any bigger? There we go. Yeah, that's impressive looking. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it, Kyle. Yeah, that's a nice shot right there. Thanks for sending that to me. And if you would like to do that, pull some of these things off here. I know it's kind of unorthodox. Here we go. So if you want to send pictures in, if you've got something that you think's kind of neat, you can feel free to email those to me, just doc@docdeason.com. You can post stuff, obviously, in the comment section. It's a little bit easier to access it on the fly. If I have it in an email format, I can just click on it and roll from there. But again, Twitter and the YouTube channel, we utilize that during long-form severe weather coverage, which is nice to be able to reach a whole other group of folks there. And then the Facebook, which is where most people are at, and Instagram, we'll play around a little bit with that, but do much more on the Twitter and especially the Facebook side of things. So back onto the radar here. Let's pull this back up and kind of try to reset things from a radar standpoint. Let's get back into this. Looks like this thing is trying to get itself a little bit more reorganized after seemingly it looked like it almost collapsed over Palestine. But starting to see a little bit more organization again north side of Elkhart right now. Officially, severe thunderstorm warning for you guys in Anderson County until 8 o'clock. Okay, not as much hail production as we had earlier, but we're not zero on that either. So we don't want to discount this thing completely. There's a shower out there west of Athens, 20 to Athens and Malakoff, or right on top of Malakoff, I guess. Southeast side of Cedar Creek. Hey, Trevor, thanks for being here, man. Nothing Rusk County right now. You guys got some showers, some light rainfall, extreme southern Rusk County. I'm looking at that from the Fort Worth radar, but nothing severe, remotely concerning in southern Rusk County at the moment. So y'all are fine there for the time being. Anything tornadic, Emory Point area? No, not right now, Joe. Man, it's just looking more. Just looking more like heavy rainfall and some embedded hail potential in there, and potential for some, maybe some up to 60-mile-an-hour winds potentially in that. The storms that are approaching Emory right now from the north are going to give you a lot of lightning. I'll tell you that much. Thanks, Jelaine. Appreciate it. But the lightning and the heavy rain are going to be the two more widespread effects of this. But you'll have that hail potential there. Over southwestern Hopkins County. You bet, Jennifer. Glad to be here. Glad you're here. Glad to see the rain, man. Goodness. Oh, your lightning struck your house, Kaylee. Okay. I'd be worried about it too. That's amazing when that happens too. Whew. You talk about some weird stuff. I've seen a couple of houses that had lightning strikes, and the damage that's done is bizarre. So don't wish that on anybody. But once you've gone through that, it will definitely it will leave a mark, as they say. So we don't want to undersell that. Emory needs the rain, Gina. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Kirsten. I appreciate that. Hope we're able to help calm you a little bit. It is 7:48 right now, so we've got the severe thunderstorm warning for Emory, Rains County area, northern Van Zandt County, a good chunk of Sulphur Springs, Hopkins County area. Wood County not included in a warning at this time, but you got some moderate to heavy rainfall there, northwestern part of Wood County up near Yannis. You guys in Alba, showers just knocking on the door right now, your northern door as we speak, right there along Highway 69. Heavy rainfall there, that'd be over Lake Fork. So we're thankful for that. Pretty righteous lightning. All right. Glad for that, Joe. At least it keeps it entertaining. So we'll continue to watch this. You can kind of see how, seemingly several showers kind of all culminate into a larger mass. So we are awfully glad to have the rain. There's that storm out there, Waxahachie, which continues to look strong, heading southeast along Interstate, I think it's 45. Yeah, it's 45 there. And then this lone guy down here near Elkhart looked a little bit stronger a few scans ago, and now looks even weaker than it has to this point. Please make it to Tyler. I know, Mel. I'm with you. I'm pulling for it. Maybe you guys in Grapeland get a little bit of rain out of this. Tornadoes in September, Kirsten. It don't happen too often. It doesn't happen very often. They can happen any month of the year. But, typically if you're dealing with tornadoes in September, a lot of times you're going to be on the right side of a landfalling hurricane down along the coast. That where a lot of tornado type stuff will happen on that right side of landfalling hurricanes or even tropical storms. But we don't do a ton of that this time of year. You get in October and November and December, and those things can change and become a little bit more possible. But our secondary severe weather season will be the fall. That October, November, December time frame. And then we'll get a break, and we'll have, just kind of the winter set up through January, February. And then we'll kind of start with our main primary severe weather season, March, really mid to late March through April and May. And you can still deal with that stuff, through the month of June, through a good month of June for that matter. But not a lot of tornadoes in September usually. Thunder in the Westwood. Man, at least we got the thunder, Becca. We got part of it, don't we? So we got 7:52 now. No more tornado warnings, so that's great. This severe thunderstorm warning for Anderson County the storm is looking pretty darn weak. But they have yet to cancel it, so that is the Weather Service's job. Good to see something trying to maybe get going west of Athens near Malakoff. See that? Doesn't look like it's making a ton of headway, but we'll see. You got to walk before you can run. So we'll just kind of hang here and keep an eye on it for a couple more minutes. Some broad rotation in there between Lodonk and Point. See that? That's broad, though. It hadn't tightened up so much. So we'll keep an eye on that. About 7 more minutes on both of these. Well, 7 more minutes on 7 more minutes on the Anderson County. The Van Zandt, Hopkins, and Rains County warning will go until 8:30. Looks like we'll keep our rain chances here tomorrow and then dry things out pretty quickly for the mid and latter part of the work week. Just trying to get back in the swing of everything and get up to speed on where we have been and where we're headed after having been off for about a week. Lauren, is it hitting Tyler? Yeah, I think we'll have some rain in the Tyler area next, in another hour or so. Looks like this thing is maintaining its the eastern portion, so that would bode pretty well for rainfall to get into northern Smith County here, next 20 minutes or so, 20, 30 minutes. So that's always good. Lightning production doesn't look quite as pronounced as it was earlier. Still got some broad rotation up there north of Emory. Haven't seen any mention from the Weather Service about concerns, though, as far as tornadic. But there is definitely some broad rotation in that. So you can see how it's not tightly connected. Winds in red blowing away from the radar site. Coming out of Fort Worth, the greens and brighter blues blowing in towards the radar. You can see a little bit of, you can see kind of a little weaker returns in that little pocket there where that's happening. But it looks really broad, which is what you want to see. The tighter it gets, the greater the concern becomes for something that can actually get itself organized and get down and do some damage at the ground. So we're glad for that. You guys in West Tawakoni, got a heck of a light show off to the east of you. You're going to miss a lot of the heavier rain, unfortunately. Folks in Quinlan, same story. Mary asking about Mount Sylvan. Yeah, you guys will see some. You'll get you a chance of some rain there before we're all said and done, Mary. If we get it in Tyler, you guys will definitely get it in Mount Sylvan. Suns in Sulphur Springs, Jason. Okay. Very good. Get some good rain there. So the Weather Service is going to continue with that severe thunderstorm warning for Rains County and Van Zandt County until 8:30. Which is not surprising at all. So they are saying 70-mile-an-hour winds and some half-dollar sized hail. So the hail really hadn't changed much. Although they are up in the wind a little bit. So again, severe thunderstorm warning continues till 8:30. Storms located over point are 18 miles southwest of Sulphur Springs, moving south at 25, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and half-dollar sized hail. So there's that. Absolutely, Jason. Thank you, sir. So we're coming up on 8 o'clock, 7:59 right now. Asking for an ETA for Van, Katie. I would say about an hour. This thing's moving south at 25, and the leading edge of that's about 25 northwest of you, so I'd give it about an hour for getting to Van. Okay. Some of this wind in here, again, Weather Service is advertising potentially up to 70-mile-an-hour gusts in that. So that's going to be this area over Point, southeast of Lone Oak, near Point. That seems to be picking itself up some, too. Look at that. Now, we're not all of 91 mile an hour is going to be getting to the ground, but I would definitely see why you would say 70 could, 60 to 70. And that's, depending on the condition of the trees and whatnot around your place or anything else. But the trees have taken an especially hard hit this summer. Last summer, 21 freeze. There's just been a lot of stressors on trees the last couple of years. And this is kind of the beginnings of when you start to see some of that. You didn't realize, wow, that tree has got a lot of issues to it. It's still holding its leaves, but it could be sick. And so, maybe a little bit easier to get pulled down. So let's not undersell this wind potential here as it continues to come south, southeast at 25 or so miles an hour. The wind's in there up to 70, not out of the question. So we definitely don't want to sleep on that for sure. So the strongest of that is going to pass, it looks like, near just west of Emory, I would say. So again, these are not tornadic winds. The stuff's not rotating. There's broad rotation there, but you need tight rotation for tornadic potential. But you can still do some hefty, downburst wind with this kind of presentation west of Emory. Right now, though, that's situated up right over point for the time being. Okay. Yeah, Trevor, southwestern Rusk County, man, nothing doing at the moment. Everything really is northwest of you. That's severe, at least. You got some light showers back over Nacogdoches County, but nothing that's going to give you any trouble for quite some time, man. Hopefully that helps you some. And that thing down in Anderson County is just not hardly even a shadow of what it was earlier. So the warning was allowed to expire at 8 o'clock for Anderson County. No doubt why that was allowed to expire, but it was going for a bit. I'll say that. Still watching that little shower out there west of Athens. Seems like it's holding itself together, maybe making a little bit of better development north side. Matthew, as far as Longview goes, man, I would say nothing imminent at the moment. Gregg County, you guys, Longview, Marshall, Tyler, Jacksonville, Knack, Lufkin, none of us inside of even so much as a watch box right now. We'll be watching for storms overnight that will be, looks like, potentially blossoming and moving generally kind of from northwest to southeast. But as far as anything specific, there's nothing imminent for you guys in the Longview area at the moment, nor Tyler for that matter. So hopefully that helps some. I'd say if you've got a NOAA weather radio, or if you got a NOAA weather radio and you haven't fired that thing up in a while, this would be a good night to check the batteries in that thing, pull it out of the drawer, or be sure that it's still set, doing what it's supposed to do. Those alert features on the weather radios are great. I've had one since I was a kid, and it's a great technology that will help to give you a good heads up on things. Should a warning or a watch be issued and you have it tuned in correctly and dialed into the specific settings so that you can get what you need. A lot of folks are going to their phones now for the wireless emergency alerts, which are great as well. So, it's just a night where we haven't had one in seemingly a long time where we wanted to keep an eye on the weather. And, with it being dark and, having been a while since we've had anything to be concerned with, it's a night just to kind of revisit those procedures and the things that we need to do to stay aware of things overnight. But we're definitely not here. I'm not here, or the others in the weather community not here to cause undue alarm. But it is a night where keeping an eye on things is not a bad thing, not ever a bad thing. So that helps any just to give you some perspective on things. Then good. David's asking, does this thing have any hail capability in it? I assume, David, you're talking about the storms over Rains County. Not as much hail potential as they had a few scans ago. The wind seems to be the bigger concern for me right now. But I would, at the same time, I would say if you're going to have some hail, you're going to have it you're going to have it in this area from Point back to the east, north side of Emory. Okay, there's Highway 19, runs out of Emory, goes down to Canton. If there's going to be some hail, it's going to be probably just on the west side of 19. And then again, either side of 69, but especially east side of 69, northeast side of 69. Maybe nickels to quarters. I've seen bigger hail production on the radar earlier in the evening than what I'm seeing now. But I don't think it's the hail potential there is definitely not zero. We'll just say that. But it's also not on the higher end of what we've seen produced earlier on in the evening. If that helps any. But like I said, nickels to maybe some quarters in there. So hopefully that helps some. It's 8:08 right now. This is the only warning we have for the area. Fort Worth or Shreveport did not opt for a severe thunderstorm warning for Wood County, which makes perfect sense. The stronger part of this storm is actually going to be just to the west there over Rains County, although you've got additional heavy rainfall that does stretch from this system further to the east over into Wood County, but severe weather potential is going to be much more concentrated back to the west. So that's the reason you have some lightning in Wood County and Alba and Yanis and over west side of Winsboro, but you don't have any kind of a warning out at the moment. The storms there, the rain there, just not as troublesome as the stuff further to the west. Quite a light show west of Winsboro. Okay, Rossman, thanks for that. You bet, David. Yeah, I bet it's a good light show there from Winsboro. And Emory, too, for that matter. Ditto that for Edgewood and Grand Saline and Alba. If you have any pictures, if you're catching something that you think looks cool, feel free to email it over to me, doc@docdeason.com. We'll chunk that up either while we're on here live or at some point in the future, but it's always fun to see what people are seeing who have a better vantage point. So that's always fun to do that. Yeah, Darlene, I bet you are seeing some flashes northeast of Lindale. Yeah, that's probably those storms there west side of Winsboro, what you're seeing, I bet. It's a long ways off from you. Just so you know. So here's back on the radar. Let's take a look at this thing again. The velocity still looks pretty impressive there between Point and Emory. There's 69, runs up past Lone Oak. Now the radar's, it's sampling 96 miles an hour, but that's not getting down to the ground. But even if, 70% of that is, you're still looking at severe weather criteria. So, give this the amount of respect that it deserves and, understand that, this could still be plenty enough to pull a tree down or multiple trees down, cause some damage there along the property. It'll be more straight line. There's not really much, there's nothing in here that's tightly spinning, but there is, there's some broad rotation within all of this. But I don't want you to underappreciate the fact that this could still do some damage, even though the tornado warning was allowed to expire earlier. Okay, the most concentrated area of this wind is going to be between Point and Emory along 69. This will be moving south at about 25 miles an hour, so that's that's going to pass you guys in Fruitvale. You're seeing this just up the highway from you right now. It's coming your way. Okay. We'll keep an eye on this area here. Okay, Darlene, you're seeing lightning northwest of Lindale. Okay. It could have been either northeast or northwest, by the way. But I appreciate that. So further downstream, the warning itself goes about as far south as Grand Saline, over to Myrtle Springs, does not include Canton, does not include Van. If this thing is able to maintain itself, I very well likely will see an extension of that further to the south, which would include Canton and Van and Edom, but that's yet to happen. At this point, Weather Service is just they're gonna bite this off in these size chunks and see how it rolls from here. The hail potential looks a little bit better north side of Emory than it did just a few scans ago. Back over to Point. You guys east to Walkeny, seeing some moderate to heavy rainfall. That hail's going to pass just east of you guys and east to Walkeny. Laura's got hail in Emory. Okay, Laura, how big is the hail, ma'am, if you don't mind? If you can tell. I don't want you going out putting yourself in danger, but if you can tell, that'd be great. Not surprised to hear about hail. And here's Emory right here. There's 19. There's 69. We figured hail was going to be a more pronounced threat western half of the area. That has been something that was talking about this morning. It looked as if that was going to be a little bit more. The potential for larger hail was going to be better the further west you got from Tyler, Mineola, back to the west. Hey, thanks, Tracy. Thunder in the big city of Chandler. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. It's good to hear from you. Will it make it to Gilmer, Gary? That's that's a good question. I think you're going to see probably more of that stuff pass off just to the west of you, unfortunately. Nichols, okay. Thanks, Laura. Pass that along then to the Weather Service. All right. Got you in there. Thanks, Laura. Weather Service is now aware of that. Reed seeing lightning from White House. Okay, good. At whatever we had out there near Athens doesn't look like it was able to hold together very well. Unfortunately, for you guys there near Athens, I had some hope maybe something might pop up, but it just kind of died out there, didn't it? So you got some stout wind in the Emory area right now, looks like, at the fire station. So that all makes sense. That's really where the show's at right now. That's where the hail's at. That's where the wind's at. You guys in Alba got some moderate rainfall getting into your neck of the woods right now. Fruitvale, Edgewood, you're up to bat. Grand Salina got a heck of a light show off to the north of you guys, I have no doubt. Mineola rain's almost to your equipment. You're well into it. So let's see here. Heck of a light show from Golden. Thanks, Lynn. So, the latest from the Weather Service, Fort Worth, severe thunderstorm warning continues northwestern Van Zant, Rains County till 8:30. Storm over Emory, or 16 miles northeast of Wills Point, moving southeast at 25. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and $half sized hail possible with that. So this is kind of more of the same there. So we'll keep Rains County in it. That's where the core of it is at, and this will eventually skate over into central Van Zant County. But before that, it's going to have to pass. It now is into extreme northern Van Zant County as we speak. So here's kind of last little bit of loop on that. So here's Lindale back down here. Mineola, you guys are on the outskirts of some light rainfall. Alba, you got some moderate to heavy rainfall there. May even see a little bit of hail probably northwest of Alba. Okay. It's going to be letting up here pretty quickly in Point, but you have some additional showers back up towards Greenville that are going to be moving in. But as far as the severe weather is concerned, it's going to continue right there, southeast, kind of arcing southeast to northwest, along 69 through Emory, and especially you guys on the south side of Emory, heading down 19, just a couple miles out of town on 19. If we got hail, that's where it's going to be at. So $half will get you a little bit bigger than quarters if you're trying to gauge on that. $8:21 right now. Strongest of the storms are now out of, for the most part, really out of, the strongest part of this stuff is out of Hopkins County. So you guys are warning free in Hopkins County. You folks in Como, Sulphur Springs, you're on the back end of the rain, as far as on the northern fringe of the rain. Much more concentrated back to the south of you. We had the tornado warning earlier for western Hopkins County. I did not see anything that was produced from that as far as tornadoes are concerned. Katie, once it passes, will the severe weather threat start to drop? Yeah, I mean, somewhat. You will. We're going to keep an eye out for storms, throughout the rest of the evening and into the overnight hours. So I can't say that it's going to completely go away per se. there's still some question marks as far as to what we're going to see happen throughout the overnight. But the bigger show for the time being is definitely going to be this guy here near Emory for the moment at least. There's those storms that are going to pass just west of the westernmost part of Henderson County. Storm down there near I-45. Then you've got some additional storms popping up between Fort Worth and Dallas. So they're kind of just, and then additional showers and storms up near McKinney. So it's going to be more of those spot them and keep an eye on them, kind of babysit them tonight. But I would expect we'll see at 8:30 here in about a little under 7 minutes. I think we'll see an additional warning come further south that'll get you guys kind of fired up in the van and Edom, those areas, based on what this thing is doing. It doesn't seem to be in any hurry of falling apart like the one down near Palestine did earlier. But we'll wait and see what happens there. Big lightning show on 31. Okay. Thanks, Dennis. I bet you do, man. If you're in court, yeah. It's a heck of a light show, I bet. I was talking to a lady a couple of weeks ago about shooting lightning at night, or shooting lightning with her phone, trying to get strikes, and she a lot of times she'll use the slow motion function on her phone. And I've got an iPhone. She had an iPhone. She does a lot of photography. I thought that was a cool tip, because at least that way you can slow it down, do a freeze frame, do frame grabs that way, screenshots of it when you get it. So I thought that was kind of a neat way of trying to do that for you guys who enjoy taking pictures of stuff. You can do that from a safe vantage point. So I'm going to try that myself next time we are in a position to shoot some lightning. So that was a good little tip. Good lightning show in Lindale, Alicia. Okay. Thank you for watching from Lindale. Yeah, new warning is going to be coming here shortly for Rains County and points further south. So says Weather Service. So that just kind of confirms what we thought. Pretty serious wind at Wills Point, Shelby. Okay, thanks for that. That's not surprising from outflow from that storm. That's not surprising at all. Unfortunately, Wills Point's going to miss most of the rain out of this thing too. If you look at the position, which is, I hate that, but what you're feeling is this. This little outflow boundary, I'm betting, is what you're feeling right there. This is a little pocket of rain, cool air. It'll get shot out ahead of the storm, and it acts like a little, like I always think of it kind of as a little mini cold front. But that wind will shoot out ahead of the main storm. That's why usually you'll see the wind pick up before the storm actually gets there. So that's what you're feeling there, Will's Point. I am betting. Looking at your window there in Van and seeing an amazing light show, Rachel. Thanks for that. I'm not surprised. So you're southeast of Will's Point. Okay. Closer to Edgewood. Okay. Gotcha, Shelby. Well, you'll get a little bit of rain then, maybe, if you're lucky. Gladewater, Ashley. Most of this, at least this particular storm, is it's not going to do you a ton of good rain-wise, Gladewater. If we can see some additional growth out ahead of it, that'll better your chances of seeing some rain. But this thing's moving north-southeast than it is east. Joel, I think we'll have some rain we'll have some rain in Smith County, in southern Smith County. You can see this thing kind of tracking off the southeast. The core of it is here near Emory, south of Emory now, but you've got a larger arc of rainfall that seems to be kind of getting itself together now all the way up to Commerce. You can almost make out some broad rotation, just the whole thing just kind of rotating there. Well, we've got light rainfall now into extreme northern Smith County up towards Jamestown. You guys there just west of Mineola. Here's the new warning coming out for Rains County and Van Zant County. Print that. All right, so let's bring this in.
Severe thunderstorm warning.
So severe thunderstorm warning now until 9:30. So that gives us an hour for central Van Zant County as well as Rains County. Weather service with a storm near Fruitvale or about 13 miles east of Wills Point. Moving southeast at 20, 70 mile an hour winds and $50 sized hail possible with that. So this is going to include, folks, remember we talked about that further to the south. We do now have Canton in the polygon. We've got Van in there. Emory is still in there. And you guys in rural southeastern Rains County, west of Alba. I know, Joel. I know what you're saying, man. Yeah, I know that you guys in Winsboro are still clearing up from that mess in June. That was unbelievable. That derecho that went across there back in June. So yeah, there's still plenty of folks trying to get things cleaned up after that. So thankful for the rain, not so thankful for the rest of the hangers on there that come along with it sometimes. Light to moderate rainfall now as far south as Mineola. The biggest of the lightning is back to the west, nearer the stronger part of the storm. south of Emory, between Emory and Grand Saline, really. You'll have some good wind out of this thing. I would be ready in van for some 50 mile an hour wind potentially shortly in the Van area, especially on the north side of Van as this outflow boundary comes south out ahead of the main line. So don't let that fool you. Even though the rain is back up closer to Grand Saline, the wind on the leading edge of this thing is going to get your attention, okay? So I don't want you to get caught off guard with that. Okay. Amber, what are we expecting bad-wise in Canton? Wind will be the main piece of that. Some of that, again, that kind of that outflow front end is coming through Canton as we speak. It's probably on the south side of Canton already because these images on the radar are a couple of minutes dated by the time they get to me. So, you're going to have that. You're going to have that outflow boundary, that cool, rain-cooled air coming southward. Rain-wise, you're gonna have rain. The better chances for rain as you get east of Canton. Unfortunately, west side of Canton not going to do much. But we've got some additional showers trying to spark up here, back to the northwest, as that outflow boundary swings through and kind of helps to spur some things along. So all hope is not lost, but the better rain, the more concentrated rain is going to be from Canton back over towards especially Van. That'll eventually probably translate to Edom. Let's see how this all goes. $14.34. Thanks, Brooke. You seeing some pretty decent wind right now? I would think you probably are at this point. East of Canton off 64. Getting loud, Krista. Okay. Thanks for that. You guys there between Alba and Mineola. Yeah. I bet it's especially loud now. Good thunder in Lindale, Courtney says. All right, Courtney. Yeah, the show's still off to the north of you, but it's on the way. Okay, Brooke, thank you. Brooke's got some wind there. East of Canton. Still 86 here in town. Not much wind, no rain so far in Tyler today. Checking it from the real estate office. At least for the moment, that hail presentation seems to be coming down somewhat, lowering somewhat. We'll see if that is a trend or just a blip. But what we have hail-wise, if we've got it, is going to be right there along the Van Zant Rains County line, just north of Grand Saline. You guys in Fruitvale, it's just off to the northeast of y'all. Still a lot of lightning in there, though, between Emory and Grand Saline. A lot of lightning. Overall, that wind doesn't look as strong as it did earlier, so that's good. We were seeing some 90-mile-an-hour estimates in there, way up in the cloud, mind you, but still, that's a far cry from where we are now, where we're good, looking good to hit 50 to 55-mile-an-hour winds. So, substantially weaker storm than what we had 20 minutes ago. So, good news there. Seeing reports of some power lines and some tree damage northwest side of Emory from back about 10 minutes ago, which makes sense. That's not surprising at all. Randy, it's okay, man. It's good to be back. Good to have stuff to talk about too. You know, a lot of folks kind of check out. A lot of folks kind of check out on the weather for July and August and a good chunk of September. So I think a week or so back before I left town, I was like, "Welcome to all you folks who were kind of re-engaging on things," because I know it gets kind of seemingly kind of boring when all you're talking about is heat and more heat. So. So we're trending in a good direction on this thing. We've got less wind, less hail, and more rain. So that's the trend I like to see. Is the season indeed, Ashley. So the only warning out for the time being is this warning over Van Zandt County, eastern Van Zandt, and Rains County. Thanks, Rachel. Okay. Rachel said she sent me some lightning videos, so. I'm looking for it here, and I'll pull it in as soon as I get it, Rachel. Thank you for that. Lightning good in Lindale, Courtney, okay? I just want some rain. We go through this time of year, and it makes you really appreciate that first good cool snap. I mean, we had some decent temps last week. You know, typically we'll see things break, the heat, the big heat breaks second or third week of September, right around the fair. Fair's going on in Tyler right now. You can almost bookmark that you'll see things break in some fashion either side of that fair week. And so, you know, we've had some pleasant, modestly pleasant temps last week, and some storms tonight, which brings some rain, which will help to keep us from hitting those triple digits again, which we talked about. You know, I guess is it 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago? I told you I thought we were done with the triple digits, and still feel just as strong about that now. Bring those low temps on. Yeah, I hear you, Ashley. Real strong wind and rain south of Grand Saline, Austin. Okay, thank you, bud. Yeah, that would make sense. Hefty rainfall there, Mineola right now, especially west of Mineola over towards Grand Saline along Highway 80. We got an artillery barrage starting in Lindale in 2710, says Paul. A lot of thunder in Lindale. Brittany, storms headed southeast, 20 to 25. You guys in Tyler wanting some rain, though. I think you're gonna be in pretty good luck. $14.42. Is it going to hit Gilmer, Brittany? Gilmer's you're gonna miss a lot of this off to your west, unfortunately. I think, Brittany. Jasmine said that lightning show north of Lindale is a little spooky. Understood. I don't know. I think sometimes it's worse to be woken by thunder versus at least you can see it coming at you. I don't know. I guess it depends on your perspective. But now, no tornado concern right now, Teresa. Let's look back on this thing again. See what the winds look like. So we've got some broad rotation in there. Nothing too tight. The wind overall, though, is not as strong as it was. Hey, Dean. But Teresa, to answer your question, no tornado concerns right now. So 8:44. Only severe thunderstorm warning we have goes till 9:30. Central Van Zant and Rains County. Although really the bulk of this is right along the Van Zant Rains County line. It's kind of hard to see that. Let's do that from radar Omega instead. So this will show up a little bit better. So here's the Rains Van Zant County line. Strongest of the storm down here along Highway 80. Here's Grand Saline. Hail down towards Sand Flat. Absolutely, Teresa. Thanks, Alan. Appreciate you being here, man. Appreciate that, man, very much, Alan. Mount Pleasant, any hail concerns, Jorge? Well, not at the moment, man. You guys, Mount Pleasant, are a little shower activity northwest of you and south of you, but there ain't much. Nothing's going to do hail up there for you. Yeah, Jasmine, it's on the way to Lindale. No warnings, though, for Smith or Wood County at the moment. Weather Service in Fort Worth opted for warnings for eastern Van Zant and Rains County, but nothing doing for warnings, at least at the moment. But I will tell you, see how this rain is. See how this rain has a pretty tight mark there for that heavier rainfall starting to move in. So there will be some wind on the leading edge of this thing. 40 to 50 mile an hour winds in there with that. That'll blow through Lindale. It's probably almost on top of Lindale right now. So there's going to be a burst of wind on the leading edge of this thing. Even though we don't have any warning out for Smith or Wood County, that wind will get in there and it'll make a statement as it's coming through. Rachel said her kids did a rain dance in the living room yesterday, and her daughter just came in and said that it worked, Mom. Imagine that. That's great. Our daughter and I, we were outside. It's been a couple of weeks ago. We had some good rain come through town and come through Tyler. It was 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, and it was thundering and raining. It was first rain we've had in seemingly a couple of months, and Lex was outside just dancing in the yard. It was pretty funny. But you're always glad when you see it, especially this time of year, that first dose of it. 15. Tammy, not much. Longview, really, unfortunately for you guys in Longview. Oops, let me get this off here. Sorry. Not much doing Longview. Some light rain potentially, but the bulk of this is going to stay west of Longview. At least this particular cluster is going to stay west of Longview. Pretty windy in Van, Kylie. Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, you guys, that Van area, y'all are getting the kind of that leading edge of the wind. Well, that's the thunder and lightning, Courtney says, in Van. What we have hail-wise is going to be east of Grand Saline now, along and south of Highway 80. There's sand flat. So if we've got hail, this is where it's going to be at. Okay. There's Grand Saline. So south and east of Grand Saline. But you guys in Emory, y'all are, the heaviest of the activity is now southeast of you. So you are officially in the warning still, but the severe weather is now southeast of Emory. Lost power west of Mineola, Krista. Okay. Let's pull back over a radar scope, and it's easier to run loops here. So here's how all this is tracking. Let me get it a little further out. So here's the radar last hour or so. The good news is where we once had no rainfall, we now have showers and thunderstorms that have developed over northwestern Van Zandt County. So that's going to bode well for you guys. Wills Point, Myrtle Springs, Canton. And it looks like Weather Service is going to go ahead with a severe thunderstorm. And I bet you it's because of this, what we were talking about here a while ago with this area right in here. I bet you they're going to, that's what they're doing. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah. All right, let's bring this one in.
Severe thunderstorm warning.
There's a new severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Smith, southwestern Wood County till 9:45. There's the polygon starting to populate. Storm capable of producing 60 mile an hour wind gusts, quarter size hail. Storm over Mineola, moving south at 30. So we'll talk, up to quarters and 60 mile an hour winds. Remember a couple minutes ago I was talking about this whole, how we were seeing these radar returns. It's a pretty stark contrast here, and when you see that kind of rapid intensification of rainfall, usually there's going to be a pretty good burst of wind with that as well, and I think that's what they were looking at. So the warning will include the city of Tyler. It's going to include Chapel Hill. Does not have White House or Noonday in it quite yet. But again, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to include a pretty good population chunk here. You guys in Lindale, you're seeing that right now. The core of the hail is going to be back further to the west of you guys, up north of Van, um, that northeasternmost part of Van Zant County. Okay, up to quarters potentially in there. I haven't seen a ton of hail reports so far, but we'll see more of that as we get this thing into even more populated areas. If there is something, that'll become apparent. So we'll keep watching it here. If you have any pictures, anything you're seeing that you want to shoot my direction, feel free to throw that. If you want to email that, that may be the easiest way to get it to me, doc at docdeason.com. And just put whatever you want to put in the subject line, and throw that video over my way, or pictures if you have, whatever you have that you think is interesting, you think folks would enjoy seeing. I would appreciate seeing it. And obviously as well, any reports of damage, if you want to pass that along in the comment section of what we're doing here now, that's good. I can't see all the comments. I try to get to as many of them as I can. But the idea is, if you think it's interesting and worth seeing, then you're probably not alone in that. And I like looking at that kind of stuff. So that would be great if you can pass it along. But the main concern for Smith County is going to be for strong straight line winds, particularly I think on the leading edge of this line as it comes south. So that's, folks, Lindale area. This will continue plug into the south, and along with that will come the further southward threat for that wind. So you guys north side of Tyler, you'll get that before folks in downtown Tyler and South Tyler will get it, due to the fact that this thing is moving in from the northwest. Rachel said the wind in Van is so strong you can hear it howling. I'm not surprised by that. You guys on the leading edge of this thing here, so that's not surprising at all. So pouring rain and lights out in Golden, Lorinda. Okay. Not surprised by that either. So nothing tornadic in this per se. The hail production would appear to have diminished somewhat over the last couple of scans. So that's good. The wind doesn't take a ton of that to put a tree down on a house or a travel trailer or a car. So don't lose sight of that, even though sometimes people tend to underplay the severe thunderstorm warning as compared to a tornado warning. But still want to give these things plenty of respect that they are due. A lot of lightning in Lindale, Robin. Okay, thank you for that. Started raining at the cannery in Lindale. Okay. High winds in Golden, Lorinda. Thank you. So we're at 8:56 right now. Tornado, severe thunderstorm warning, I should say, for Smith County, Wood County. Severe thunderstorm warning for Van Zant County, eastern Van Zant County. Does not include Canton, does include Van, Grant Saline, and that will expire at 9:30 officially. Quinlan, Greenville. Okay. You bet, Lorinda. Thank you. Cool. I'm glad to know that. Tried the slow-mo video trick. Nice. You bet, Robin. All right, so let's see. Greenville. South of Greenville. All right, so we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning.
Severe thunderstorm warning.
All right, so this is for this storm that's right near Quinlan. Severe thunderstorm warning. It'll include northeastern Kaufman, but northwestern Van Zandt and northwestern Rains County till 9:45. Storm capable of 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. About 13 miles south of Greenville, moving southeast at 20. So this will get you guys in Wills Point. You've got rainfall in your area right now. And you've got this thing which is just really kind of blossomed over Quinlan and south of there. Probably some of the outflow from that initial Quinlan storm has probably helped to fire this thing back towards Wills Point. So, again, minimal severe weather criteria there. A lot of lightning, 60-mile-an-hour winds is our minimal criteria, and hail up to quarters is also minimal severe weather criteria. But I say that just to give you an idea as to where we are on the spectrum, not to underplay the fact that we've got some potentially damaging weather in the area. So this is a new warning. Severe thunderstorm, 9:45, northwestern Van Zandt, northwestern Rains County. That'll help folks out who are a little further west and were a little out of position for rainfall from that bigger storm that went south of Emory earlier on and is now just the heaviest of the rain just north of Van, but you got rain in Van proper now, as do you guys in Lindale. Some moderate to heavy rainfall there in Mineola, back up to Quitman. Feels good outside, Ashley. Very good. Heidi, I just saw your note. Feel free to give that to Brandy. All right. Kind of hopping back and forth here between a couple of folks. So the good news is we got more rain out there. The bad news is we've also got more severe warnings, but we'll take the rain for sure. And sometimes you just got to take the good with the bad, this kind of a situation. Rain in Swan. All right, good deal, Jasmine. Thanks for that. So that's north of Tyler, between Tyler and Lindale, south of I-20. So some rain there in Swan. Kylie's got rain in Van. Hey, Keith. Yeah, man, we're going to get some rain south Tyler, Keith, here in the next 20, 30 minutes. Good, Carrie. I hope so, man. Yeah, we should have it. It should be cooling off here in a bit. Temps at 85 at the real estate office right now. So, yeah, we'll see that temp drop here pretty quick once some of that outflow starts to move into Tyler. Severe weather also back up towards Dallas still. Here's that storm down near I-45, south of Corsicana. So we're not alone tonight. Everybody wants the rain. Heidi's got rain in Lindale. There behind the back gate of Hideaway. Thanks for that, ma'am. Tell Lance hi for me. Oh, wow. That's a great shot. Goodness gracious. That's a great shot, Brandy. Thank you. This is a great shot. My friend Brandy sent this to me. This has got to be that storm that was. She shot that from the Andes parking lot in Tyler earlier. That's a great shot. Wow. So that's several hours ago. That's that storm that was down there near Palestine earlier. I'm betting. Great shot, Brandy. Thanks for sending that over. That's cool. Wow. Oh, man. Lights are flickering in equipment there, Aaron. Okay. Sorry about that. Ryan and Megan asking about Nacogdoches. Well, I mean, it's going to take a while. Can operate a little quicker on this one. Not much going on in Nacogdoches, Lufkin for the moment. Granted, we're looking at the Dallas radar. We'll pull over. Let's pull the Shreveport radar up real fast and just kind of lay that out. Not really a lot going on. Southern counties right now. Light showers there south of Nacogdoches, east of Lufkin. There's some very light stuff there between Broadus and Huntington. But it's slow going for the moment. So let's get back. Yeah, this is that time where you're kind of conflicted on which one of these do you want to run with. Yeah, Victor, we'll take a look at Tyler. So here's where we are as far as Tyler is concerned. I know we got a lot of folks who were asking about that. We'll pull the Shreveport radar up since that's the primary one. So the city of Tyler is included in the warning itself. The heavier rain is back up towards Lindale and points further north of there, up towards the river between Mineola and Lindale. There's Jamestown. If we've got some hail, there's not a ton of it. This is going to be more of a wind threat. It seemed like it was going to be a wind threat for a while. But even that doesn't look quite as pronounced as it did a couple of scans ago. But still, we'll get that rain coming southeast. So we'll get some rain into Tyler. Heavy rain there, Van, right now. Oh, Wade, would it ever be nice to have a radar between these two? Yeah. I can't tell you how nice it would be to have another radar out there. It would eliminate an awful lot of uncertainty. Still sitting at 84 here at the house. So nothing as far as rain cool air yet here at my spot. Lightning and powers out in Golden. Okay, Dana, thank you for that. Sorry. So let's get back out here, and I'm going to lean on this Fort Worth radar for a while. Yeah, Tyler would be a good spot for a radar. Maybe not quite to Tyler, somewhere either a little bit west or a little bit, probably a little bit, yeah, a little bit west or a little bit east. It'd be nice to have one. Let's get back here. So overall, this stuff doesn't look as strong as it did 20 minutes or so ago. So that is good. The wind definitely does not. We're kind of getting on the outskirts of that Fort Worth radar here, or we're very much on the outskirts of it, but crazy wind in Ben Wheeler. Cheryl, okay. Thanks for that. Yeah, Elena, I know. I'm always worried about trees at this time of year. Just like we said earlier, a lot of times you don't realize you've got problems with your trees until you got problems with your trees. And you see that in a night where you got, storms. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you want to look at it, we don't have real wet ground here, real soppy ground that can make trees easier to lay over. But we've also got, we're coming off of a harsh summer where trees are weakened, they're stressed. And so it's you can sometimes not realize that until you have just a little bit of something to push them over. And this, could be that. I'm glad that the wind overall doesn't look like it is as pronounced as it was, so that's good. I'm really thankful for the rain. Moderate to heavy rainfall there west to Waukene, pretty solid back to Edgewood and then on to Van and on to Lindale. Dumping Garden Valley, dropping branches all over the place, Brianna. Okay. Yeah, I hate that. Looks like better hail potential actually over here south west of Waukene, south of Quinlan. If there's going to be hail, there'll be something in that potentially. Power's out in Lindale, Haley. Okay, thank you. Wind's picking up at your place there, Becky and Lindale. Okay, thank you. So this new severe thunderstorm warning for you guys in Rains County and northwestern Van Zant County, that'll go till 9:45. 60-mile-an-hour winds and some quarter-sized hail potentially. Those quarters are concentrated right now, if there are any, south of Quinlan. That'll be east of Highway 34. Wills Point got some light to moderate rain there. Good. Edgewood, moderate rainfall there. I like that. Fruitvale, Grants Lane, right along Highway 80 through Mineola. Van, you guys north side of Van, heavier rain than the folks on the south side of Van on the other side of I-20, but glad to have what we got. You get over into Smith County, severe thunderstorm warning is in play for Smith County and for western Wood County, primarily for some strong straight line winds, which will be on the leading edge of this line here. Got rain on the north side, as far south as Swan, I think I heard earlier on a few minutes ago. So picking up in Lindale, Scotty says. Okay. So, Rosanna, your sister's off of 16 West. I'm assuming that's 16 West to Lindale. Okay. If you get an idea on hail, let me know. Heidi, if you got any hail your place, let me know. Yeah, it's like a strobe light outside, Scotty. Okay. I think I can hear just a little bit of lightning, or a little bit of thunder here at my place. We're over here in South Tyler, behind the Broadway Square Mall, in that area. So I can hear maybe a little bit of thunder. So we are at 9:15 right now. Severe thunderstorm warning for Smith County and southwestern Wood County till 9:45. Ditto that 9:45 for northeastern Kaufman, northwestern Van Zant, northwestern Rains County, and until 9:30 for central Van Zant and Rains County. Okay, Rosanna, thank you. A lot of power outages in the Lindale area, it sounds like. Power's out in Edgewood. Yeah, you guys in Lindale are, you're in the midst of that heavier. Yeah, no tornado concerns, Brianna. No tornado warnings out right now. All we have are severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll be watching, but I don't see anything that just screams tornado concern right now. But straight line winds, again, as we talked about, you don't want to undersell or underappreciate the straight line wind concern. That could just as easily, put a tree down onto something that's occupied, and sometimes I think people let their guard down a little bit more just because they don't have a tornado warning in place. So let's not appreciate that for what it is. Okay. Hearing thunder in Overton, Gale. Good. So shower there, trying to get going, Chapel Hill area. Potentially some of the maybe. It doesn't look like it's really New Harmony lights off and on, Tracy. Okay. Oh. So you guys, if you're having that in New Harmony, then you're getting it up towards Mount Sylvan and the like, which makes sense. Here comes that line. In fact, let's go to Omega instead. So here's Mount Sylvan. There's New Harmony. We got a lightning, kind of lights flicker in New Harmony, so that's going to be on the leading edge. There's going to be that outflow boundary out ahead of the main rain. So that's going to be, closing in on electricity's out in Hideaway. Yep, my point exactly. So this outflow boundary that's coming in out ahead of this thing is going to do some, it's going to have a little punch to it. 40, maybe 50 mile an hour wind gusts with that. That's going to be coming into northern Smith or into central Smith County. It's just going to be sliding in here. And this will happen before the rain. Okay? That's why we have all these reports of power outages and flickering and that kind of thing going on right now. Wind blew it. Yeah. Blew some stuff off your porch there, Katie and Van. Okay. So we still got 85 at the real estate office, which is off of Old Jacksonville. We're about a mile inside the loop, past the Toyota house and Lowe's or Home Depot. Yeah, I'm seeing lots of reports of power outages, Lindale, Hideaway Lake. Doesn't take many limbs coming down in the right spot. Peas at Stallion Lake Ranch, Carrie. Thank you for that. That's good to know. Weather Service is going to want to know about that. Tracy, how fast will this move through? Well, I mean, it's moving south at about 20 to 25, so it's going to take a bit to get through, but that does bode well for stretching that rain window out some. We should have rain in the northern part of Tyler here pretty quick. It's not going to start real. It's not going to be just a deluge. It's going to be kind of a gradual uptick. All right, so the Tyler Noah weather radio just went off the air. Sounds like they may have come back up. All right, so we have got 9:23. Quite a few folks dealing with power outages tonight, especially now as far south as the folks up around New Harmony. Let's see here. Got the weather radio back up. So the Weather Service is going to issue further to the east. I think, yeah, they're going to issue further to the east for that wind threat. Yeah, that's what they're doing here.
Severe thunderstorm warning.
So severe thunderstorm warning now. Central Smith County, southeastern Wood County, western Upshur County, and west central Gregg County till 10:15. Storms located near Horde are 11 miles southeast of Mineola, going east at 35. 70-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail potentially with that. So that's going to be... That's going to be for these guys right in here. I'm going to pull this. I'm going to get back over on this other radar real fast. So you guys who are hopping on from Upshur County and Gregg County and northeastern Smith County, they're going to issue for this. There's going to be a pretty good burst of wind out ahead of this heavier rain right here that you see back just west of Winona up towards Hawkins. They center this thing up near Horde, which is out east of Mineola. It's a small community out here east of Mineola off of 80. That's where the strongest of the rain's at, but I think some of this wind is going to be heading out a little bit ahead of that. So that's sweeping east. So that's prompting the warning for further down to the east until 10:15. Okay, so we've still got the concern that heavy rainfall and what looks like a little bit. I have to look at this from the other radar, but it looks like a little bit more concentrated hail threat now near Hideaway and backside of Hideaway Lake, which those folks who are at Hideaway know what I'm talking about. On the west side of Hideaway, kind of southwest part of out that back gate there. Yeah, I'm hearing thunder here in South Tyler now. As far as the watch goes, Trevor, I don't know if they're going to expand that watch or not. That's a good question, and I haven't seen any chatter about that from Shreveport. It would be their counties that get the involvement in that. Leslie getting ready, huh? Ready for some rain. I hear you. It's good to see you, ma'am. So showers moderate to heavy rainfall from just east of Holly Lake Ranch. That gets you into extreme eastern Wood County, back to near Hawkins, on to just west of Winona. Upshur be worried, Brittany. I wouldn't call it worried. I would just say you're going to get some pretty good rain and some pretty decent wind here as this thing pushes to the east. I'd be ready for 50 to 65. Weather Service is advertising potentially up to 70-mile-an-hour winds in this. So let's see. See what we've got here. I mean, it's not really just showing up too terribly well right now. But the wind's going to be the main concern from any of this. So light rainfall, Gilmer area right now. Heavier rainfall just to the west of you guys, still over into Wood County. I'd be interested to hear from anyone near Hideaway, along I-20 near Lindale, if you're seeing any kind of hail there. Yeah, Samantha, I mean, it is, they're all dangerous storms, but, you know, and just like that, the hail doesn't look quite as impressive on this latest scan. Crystal got hail? Yeah. Okay. Any indication of how big that is will be great, if you don't mind, and can do so without getting yourself in a pinch. Two miles north of I-20 on 69, no hail at Scotty's place. Okay. Yeah, I would. 2 miles north of 20 on 60. Yeah, I wouldn't expect to see hail at your place there, Scotty. I'm thinking it's going to be further west. Yeah, Mount Sylvan. Yeah, you're Alicia. I think you're seeing what I'm curious about. Nicole's over near JT. Starting to rain north. That's West Tyler. Good. Pea-sized at Mount Sylvan Hideaway. Okay. Near Carroll, I-20 west of Hideaway. Brief peas. Okay. So small hail then. Peas way under severe weather criteria then. That's what I'm seeing here. Bad wind in New Harmony, Sid. Thanks for hopping in, Sid. Appreciate that. A lot of people dealing with power outages. Northern part of Smith County, Hideaway Lake, I-20, 849 and 110. Yeah, you're right in my wheelhouse there, Michelle. Good. Thank you. No rain yet, Keith. Thank you, bud. Rhonda's east of Lindale, 4 miles, heavy rain and gusty winds. Okay. Thank you, Rhonda. Severe thunderstorm warnings again. We've got several counties involved in those now, all for the same, well, most of them for the same cluster of storms, and that is this thing here, with the heaviest rain stretching from up just east side of Quitman back down to near Mineola, and then another pocket over towards Van, and then you've got the kind of the outflow from that, which has helped to prompt the severe thunderstorm warning, which was issued just a while ago for folks in Upshur County, extreme western Gregg County. This does not include Longview, by the way, down to northeastern Smith County. Then we got another warning, the first warning, which came into play. This is the one that's impacting, includes the city of Tyler, really, more appropriately. And we've got heavy rainfall now on the northwest side of Tyler. Heard reports of it raining over near JT a while ago. Oh, thanks, Rachel. I appreciate that. That means a lot. Thank you. Don't want you panicking, man. So we got the rain coming into Tyler now, northwest side of town. If there's hail, it's going to be probably peas to pennies, maybe some dimes in there, based off what I'm hearing and hearing folks talk about. It's going to be Hideaway Lake area, south of Lindale. You get out into this area, 69 west of 69. Let's hop back over here and pull up Shreveport real quick, radar Omega, and we'll get in tighter on this. All right. So here's Tyler. 64 heaviest of the rain, or the initial heavier rain, north of 64 right now. There's Redland out there on the other side of the Van Zandt County line. New Harmony, moderate to heavy rainfall, Mount Sylvan. There's I-20 running east-west. There's Hideaway. Hail there along either side of 110 up heading towards Mount Sylvan. Okay. There's 724. That's New Harmony Road. Cuts off at 64 over there by the airport. Okay. Swan is going to get heavier before it gets lighter in Swan. Same thing for you guys on the northwest side of Tyler. Lindale. A lot of power outages up in the Lindale area right now with this wind. Peas and Hideaway Lake, I'm seeing. Temp starting to drop here, and at the house we're down to, I was at 82.8 from 84 15-20 minutes ago. Thank you, Rachel. That means a lot. Let's see what's going on at the real estate office. Yeah, temps down to 81, winds up 6, gusting to 18. Mandy asking about Longview. Nothing in Longview at this time, Andy. Everything's west of you. And, some light rainfall up, other side of Spring Hill, heading up towards Diana. You take what you can get when you're coming out of a back end of a drought, but, we're not going to bust a drought with this tonight, but we will definitely give it a little slap across the face. Heavy rainfall there now between Lindale and Tyler, though. Peas, maybe some dimes. I've yet to see any major hail out of this thing in at least an hour. Madeline asking much longer for Lindale. I mean, it's going to be, you're probably another 30 minutes at least, because we've got more reinforcements. Got more reinforcements kind of streaming in from the west, northwest. Thankfully. So you guys in South Tyler, hang on. We got rain coming for you. So the Weather Service is seeing the same thing that I'm seeing with this Van Zandt County storm having weakened somewhat. That's good. Key said wind's picking up a pretty good amount there south of town. Looks like we've had over 2.5 inches potentially of rain near Mineola, that's impressive in this amount of time. Glad for that. Wish you could stretch it out over a little bit more period, but well, Mary, I got the luxury of being able to kind of sit back here and talk about it and not have to worry about, am I crowding out somebody's show or am I covering up some sponsors' commercials and that kind of thing. So I'm in a little bit better position to not have to worry about that than the folks on the broadcast side. So it gives us a little bit easier time to kind of hang out. So we're sitting at 9:40 right now. I'm going to check that, see if we got any. So no rain yet, at least in town. Elena, we don't have a lot of trees at our house. We did. Had a couple. We lost a couple over the last few years because of the drought and the cold and more drought, and yeah, it's a mess. I've seen a lot of people have to deal with the same thing. Yeah. Sounds like we've got a little bit more wind coming into play here. I think that's what I'm hearing outside. Temps down to 77.2 at the office. I'm at 77.9 here, so we were in the mid 80s 35 minutes ago. So the cool air is definitely rushing into Tyler now, South Tyler at that. Yeah, Travis said wind's picking up quite a bit in South Tyler at his place. Thanks, Janie. Appreciate you saying that. How's Kilgore looking? Well, it's going to eventually look wet, but it's going to take us a little bit of time to get it there for you, but it's coming. Got wind and rain behind Green Acres. Okay, Lauren, thank you. Eric's upset the wind knocked over all his skeletons. Man, God. The price we pay sometimes. Yeah, this time of year is tough. You get all the Halloween decorations, and you throw Christmas decorations, the inflatables, and all that kind of stuff. Man, it can get nasty in a yard real fast with some wind. Courtney, I'll check for that lightning. Thank you. Some great pictures there. Thanks for these, Courtney. Good stuff. Very good. All right, so the Weather Service is going to reissue. Open new window. What do we got here? It is 9:45, isn't it? Okay. 45, 30. All right, so new severe thunderstorm warning coming for Smith County.
Severe thunderstorm warning.
All right, this will be new severe thunderstorm warning till 10:30. This will have southern Smith and west central Rusk and north central Cherokee County. Storms located near Tyler moving southeast at 30, 60 mile an hour winds and quarter-sized hail with that. So again, a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is the same batch of storms. It's been prompting warnings for several hours now and continues moving south. So we will have that now, getting folks in Cherokee County involved, as well as a little bit deeper into Rusk County. This will be primarily a wind threat. I don't see just a ton of hail, interesting hail-looking thing set up on the radar right now. But the wind seems like it could be something. Jenny said the wind and van bent their trampoline poles that hold the net on there. So, okay. This does not appear to be as strong as it was when it went through Van earlier on, although there's some reinforcements coming into central and western Van Zant County right now, northwestern Van Zant County, that are going to produce some additional heavy rainfall and some pretty good lightning. Edom, Ben Wheeler area, Aaron and Alicia, you got some pretty hefty rainfall off to the west or to the east of you guys in the Edom area currently. The stuff that's going to get you wet though is coming in out of the northwest from over near Canton, Grand Saline area. That stuff's going to continue kind of trudging in your direction. No warnings on it though, at least right now. Wind started in the White House, Robert. Okay, thanks for that, man. Thank you, Cindy. Yeah, Deb, that warning you got was for a severe thunderstorm warning for western Rusk County. So Henderson, the city, is not in the polygon per se, but that will be for this same line of storms that is into Tyler right now. And there's going to be a good little burst of wind out ahead of it on the leading edge. It's going to be the primary severe weather concern right now. You had heavy rain in the Charnwood area, Randy. Thank you, man. Peak wind at Tyler Pounds, 54 miles an hour. So that's out at the airport. That's a clear area. You got good, you don't have anything to obstruct the wind. I'll be interested to see what it does here at the house, though. If we got 54 at the airport, that's going to push, a good 30 to 40, 45 mile an hour wind gusts into South Tyler, I bet, even amongst these trees. 46, 48. Temps down to 74 in the city. We had 300ths of an inch at the office. Heard a guy mention about a 30-mile-an-hour wind gust on his portable anemometer in central Tyler. So here's the airport right here for whatever that's worth. They've got the instruments out there in the middle of the field, just off that northeast southwest runway. So it's a pretty clear area. If you're going to be able to, you're going to get a good strong wind out there. You get over here into town, and the trees get thicker, and the wind gets dispersed. Hearing some traffic from the amateur radio guys, just some estimating some tree damage behind this guy's house. So I'll be watching what we have at the real estate office. Letha said she lives right behind the airport and the wind was crazy. Yeah. I believe you on that, Letha. 40 mile an hour wind, it's a lot of wind. Just that on its own is a lot. You get up in the 50 to 60 mile an hour range, it's amazing what that can do to cause some damage. Thunder's getting louder here at the house. The main lightning though is from downtown back to the north, up closer to I-20. Hang in there, Lauren. We'll be all right. So we got moderate to heavy rainfall, Winona, back down southwest to Tyler, back northwest to Hideaway. Lindale range letting up there. Hail potential, if it's there, is going to be on the north side of Tyler, back up towards the North Loop, and between the North Loop and I-20, but closer to town as opposed to further out, closer to the interstate. And then back to the west, storms from Grand Saline to Canton. Let's get back on the Fort Worth radar real quick. So we've got these additional thunderstorms which are tracking across Van Zandt County from Edgewood. You can make out some definite larger scale rotation in there. So this stuff arcing back through Canton onto Van. You get some additional heavy rainfall in the Van area here shortly. South of Grand Saline. There's probably a little bit of hail in there along I-20 west of Van. It's not huge, but it's a signal for it at least. And then back towards Hideaway, down to Tyler, over to Winona. So thankful for the rain. Rotation, Megan, no, I don't see too much there from that. It's good to see this stuff blossoming, though. The more it blossoms, the better your chances are for getting some decent rain at your place. Weather Service saw a gauge. They were estimating close to 2 to 2.5 inches up towards Mineola since this all started, which is a heck of a good note. Additional showers trying to get going up towards I-30 north of Mount Pleasant. Longview, Gregg County guys have got showers continuing to kind of blossom into Gregg County. Good news for you guys. Light rainfall now from Rusk back up to Bullard. Temps down to 73 here at the house, by the way. Adrienne, I don't know what they're keying in on, except for the fact that we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Smith County. That's probably the reason they're telling you to do that. No tornado more, Megan. Yeah. Nothing showing that right now. Thanks, Kelly. Yeah, we have no tornado warnings out. All we have at this point are severe thunderstorm warnings, mainly for strong straight line winds, uh, especially on the leading edge of these clusters as they come through. Um, that's not to say that we don't want to give these things the respect that they're due. That wind can be a problem. It can get into a tree and pull some limbs off. We've had a lot of power outages reported up Lindale, Mineola, Van, Grant Saline, and so that's what you're going to deal with on a night like tonight. I know it's dark. I know it's loud. So that is definitely not lost on me. But it is. These are primarily, or right now, these are all severe thunderstorms. Nothing producing a tornado at the moment. Nor have we seen anything produce. Although I got started on this, what was it, 6 o'clock when we started in on this? And that was for a storm that did prompt a tornado warning up west of Sulphur Springs. But it didn't produce anything tornadic as far as I can tell. But since then, we've had these severe thunderstorm warnings roll through, and I think it's good to give folks a chance to kind of get their legs back under them after what has been a hot, dry summer with not much rain. And when stuff comes through after dark, it seems to kind of ramp the anxiety up for a lot of folks. So, no electricity North Tyler by the airport, Gloria. Okay. Sorry about that. Sharon, I'm glad you're here. You came in from Lubbock. You've seen some real weather out there, the big storms. So, glad you're here. Thanks for hopping on with us. Thanks, Kathy. Pouring at UT 271, Sherry. Okay, thank you for that. Big tree, Ashley said, down across the street from her. She's near Golden Road and East 5th. So, okay. Yeah, I don't think you're going to hear any sirens tonight, Megan. At least you're not going to hear any sirens based off of what's going on right now, as far as I know. Not too much going on here on my side of town. Temps down to 72. 72 at the office. Just over 1/10 of an inch of rain. Brittany's got lots of thunder in Gilmer. Not surprised by that. Seems like this stuff made it to Tyler and then seems to have weakened a good bit. Overall intensity's come down quite a bit. But we've got some redevelopment now taking place over near Noonday. Look at that. Little shower there. Shower down near Coffee City. So that's good. I mean, obviously, I don't want the severe weather any more than anybody else does. I do like the fact that it can give you some good rain, but I'm not looking to beat up anybody's roof or their car or anything of the sort. But the positive thing about the stronger storms is they produce some good rain, and obviously that's got its advantages. Pick it back up in Van, Angie. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. That's that secondary line that's coming through. No warnings for you guys in Van. The only warnings out right now are for the storms in Smith County, and yeah. Yeah, the heaviest of that, I think Brittany is going to move just under you guys, just south of you in Gilmer. At least the rain's there. We got some rain. Steady rain in New Harmony, Sid. Thank you, sir. Rosemary. Oh, no. We hear more coming from Northeast Lindale. Yeah, there's more coming there. Just keep in mind there's more coming for your rain gauge, so that's good. Here's a broader look at the Fort Worth radar, just to kind of give you a feel for how we stand in relation to other stuff further upstream. You see these showers trying to get going back up towards Greenville, stuff firing up right over Dallas. Additional showers down near Ennis, some lightning in there, stuff down towards Mahias kind of dying out, Killeen. There you go, Nicole. So this would just be the radar, Fort Worth radar here. Is the only thing I'm looking at here. You bet. It's amazing, Amber, what you can see on these things. It's like looking at it does, doesn't it? It's like looking at clouds with somebody. You can look up there and say, "Oh, I think I see a zebra." You know, there's all kinds of stuff you can make out. I do see what you're talking about, though. Said it looks kind of a little bit like a dragon. It does. Yeah, you can send pictures. Just you can send them in there. I would recommend, honestly, it's going to make them easier for me to grab if you just email them. So shoot them over doc@docdeason.com, if you will. That'll probably make it easier, if you don't mind. So we're at 10:04. So a couple severe thunderstorm warnings still in play. Both of them affect Smith County. One northern half of the county, one southern part of the county. Overall, the Storms don't seem as strong as they were earlier. Yeah, equipment's had a pretty good ride of it tonight, hadn't they, Randall? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's got to be a good light show from y'all's vantage point in White House, Carrington. I totally believe that. Although lightning is the production overall is down in these Smith County storms, it's better out towards Van and northwest of Brownsboro, west of Brownsboro. Much better lightning production out that way, at least for now. So while the storms are weakening seemingly over Smith County, the overall coverage of rain is expanding. So I'll take that. Um, Up to 1600s at the real estate office. Ashley said it's pouring in Gladewater. Good. Bowie Cass County, not a ton of concern really. I mean, as far as severe weather goes, no watch box for you guys right now. Some modest thunderstorm activity over Bowie and Cass County, but nothing severe, no warnings. And again, that watch box only includes the western counties. Storm Prediction Center and Weather Service Shreveport, they'll be looking at this watch situation as we get closer to 11 o'clock. But no signs from them, nothing imminent from them right now as far as issuing any kind of fresh watch box. And speaking of that stuff up Bowie Cass County area, Weather Service saying winds up to 40 and maybe some half-inch hail possible in these storms that are southwest of Texarkana. Okay. So we're running lower on these warnings now. Got a warning down near Austin. Got these two warnings here in our area. Power surging in North Tyler, Andrea. Okay. Thank you for that. Jacksonville get anything? Yeah, I think eventually you guys in Jacksonville will very well, we'll see something. It's interesting to try to see this pocket, see how this stuff's starting to try to fill in from Edom back down to Coffee City in the last couple of scans. Notice that? Okay. That's a good sign if you ask me for you guys further south and east. This stuff in Tyler, though, just looks plumb weak. Ashley, Hallsville. I was in Hallsville yesterday. Pulled through there, had to get some gas. Just light rainfall, Hallsville area. I mean, granted, we're looking at the Fort Worth radar here, but it's going to show a similar. It's going to show a similar scenario. It's a light rainfall, Hallsville area right now. Cassandra, Nacogdoches, quiet in your area right now. Just not much cooking in Nacogdoches County besides that light rain. Extreme northwestern part of the county, west of Cushing. But you got some things happening to the northwest of you, and I think let's be optimistic. Tabitha got a notice for Mount Pleasant. Pretty good storm there near Mount Pleasant. Let's see. Yeah, I think that was probably the special weather statement, Tabitha, that just talking about this cluster of storms from north of Mount Pleasant over to Atlanta. Nothing severe in that. Some good rain and some lightning. Maybe you get a wind gust 35, 40 miles an hour. Maybe you get a little bit of small hail, but nothing severe on that for you right now. So hopefully that helps you some. Thank you, ma'am. Tanya's got it pretty windy in Overton. Yeah, I believe that. Heavy rainfall there, moderate to heavy rainfall, Chapel Hill. All right, Weather Service is going to go ahead with a pretty broad severe thunderstorm warning.
Severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, severe thunderstorm warning for Central Smith, West Central Marion, Northwestern Harrison, Northwestern Rusk, Southern Wood, Upshur, and Gregg County until 11 o'clock. 10-11 storms capable of 60 mile an hour winds and quarter-sized hail, located near Lindale, 9 miles north of Tyler, moving east at 25. So, new severe thunderstorm warning, and it's going to cover a lot of real estate. So, we're talking again Central Smith, West Central Marion, Northwestern Harrison, Northwestern Rusk, Southern Wood, Upshur, and Gregg County until 11 o'clock. Quarters and 60 mile an hour winds. So that's just going to open up all kinds of people now. So here's the new warning. So it covers pieces of a lot of counties. It doesn't cover all of Marion County by any stretch, just a little chunk of it. It covers a western chunk of a western chunk of Harrison County. Does not include Marshall. Does include all of Gregg County, which is not a huge county to start with. and is, right smack in the middle of where a lot of this stuff is at. Northwestern Henderson, or northwestern Rusk County, so it does not include the city of Henderson, but it does include those folks back further south and further west into that area there. Overton, over to Kilgore. And again, this will be for the potential for upwards of 60-mile-an-hour winds and some upwards to quarter-sized hail. I don't see any hail really right now, though, that's pressing in this immediate area. Pretty uneventful in Tyler, I got to be honest with you. I'm hearing some thunder and seeing a few lightning strikes, but not a ton going on here at our location. Reed said the exit sign at toll 49 and I-20 is blown down, lightning out. Pretty insane. A lot of cloud to ground strikes. Shar said Mineola got pounded. Wind and rain. Still thunder. Still lightning. Thanks, Shannon. Appreciate y'all. Murchison getting heavy rain. Thanks, G. Appreciate you. Appreciate you much, Gina. Power's out West Tyler off of Greenbrier, Joan. Okay. Thanks for that. So as far as Smith County goes, heavy rain up towards Winona. Another pocket of heavy rain near Chapel Hill. Lighter rain, Tyler. Moderate to heavy rainfall south of Hideaway Lake. Potentially a little hail in there. Northwest of the airport out towards New Harmony. Here's the Tyler Airport right here. Okay. You got the runways and so if we've got hail, granted we're shooting the storm at 9,000 feet by the time the beam gets out of Shreveport and all the way over here, but so shooting it pretty high, but some hail potential there south of I-20. But we'll take the rain. A little over a quarter inch now at the real estate office. Great. Temps down to 72. Same here at the house. All right. Well, Fort Worth getting back in the mix.
Severe thunderstorm warning.
So we got a new severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Van Zant, eastern Henderson, northeastern Anderson County until 11:15. Let's see here. Storms located near Brownsboro, 12 miles east of Athens, going southeast at 30. So 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible with that. So let me pull back out here. Let's hop back on the Fort Worth radar. So that's going to be for this cluster here, really from Edom over to Murchison, over to Athens. And that's moving southeast at 30. That's a pretty healthy looking cluster of storms. Got some hail potential in there. Got some wind potential in there. You guys in Frankston. You guys along Lake Palestine. You're going to get a piece of this. So there'll probably be a little bit of hail in there, although they're not really mentioning the hail. They're mentioning the 65-mile-an-hour wind gust potential. So we'll keep that rolling. Additional thunderstorms popping back up towards Lone Oak and over to Dallas. Gets lighter and lighter as you get further west over towards Weatherford, Fort Worth. Good to see stuff popping up down towards Killeen, and Austin got a warning out. Yeah, Jake, I think to answer your question, I think tornado threat has looked like it was going to be lower the further south that you moved with this stuff. And I don't really see anything that would have changed that so far. Amber said they got some pretty good standing water at her place now. It's been a while since we've been able to say that, huh? Been a long while. So the severe thunderstorm watch box continues officially until 11 o'clock. That covers our westernmost part of East Texas. None of the storms which we currently have warnings for are actually inside the severe thunderstorm watch box. I mean, looking at it from what I'm seeing on my screen here, it looks like the box actually is just off to the west. So we'll see what happens with a watch. But I haven't seen anything to make me think they're going to go with something at least yet. I'm just really waiting on some of this heavier rain to get into Tyler. North side of town, north side of the county's got it, but south part of the county and east side of the southeast part of Tyler proper is not. All right, here comes another one.
Severe thunderstorm warning.
New severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Smith and northwestern Cherokee County till 11:15. Storms located near Frankston or 18 miles southeast of Athens. Moving southeast to 55 quarters and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Again, so that's storms located near Frankston or 18 miles southeast of Athens. So it gets awful busy in there, doesn't it? So that's for these storms that are coming out of Henderson County, swinging across. So this does include Jacksonville, Gallatin, Rusk. Does not include folks in Alto. Half-inch of rain troop in the loop. Thank you, J-Mac. Appreciate that. Rain heavy west side of Lake Palestine. A lot of lighting. Thanks, Kim. Appreciate that. Heavy rain at 31 and 2661. Thank you, Ruthie. So we're going to push some heavy rain across southwestern Smith County, and that's going to be you're going to have some good rain totals out of eastern Henderson County, and that's going to go right across Lake Palestine, which is good for me. We want to charge these lakes best we can. So 10:25 right now. No tornado warnings in play. We have severe thunderstorm warnings. Number of counties under those now, mainly for wind, although we do have, there is some hail potential out there. In addition to that, a lot of lightning and an increasing amount of heavy rainfall. Which is great, as long as you're not in a highly flood-sensitive area, which there aren't many of those right now after the summer we've had. But winds for Frankston, Samantha, I would be ready for 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. Heavy rain, it's 279 and 64. Thanks, David. Thanks, Allison. Nicole, how big is the hail? I think up to quarters is about the biggest I think I would be counting on with any of this stuff so far. I think with what's produced and what we've seen tonight, based off what I'm seeing on the radar, I wouldn't think much more than quarters at this point until something changes on that. Heavy rain, loud thunder off Greenbrier. Yeah, Joan, I understand. Those pine trees, they can make you a little nervous. So a little over a quarter inch in town. Peas in Brownsboro, Robert. Okay. Good to know. Thank you, sir. Elena's got power flickering there near Texas de Brazil on Old Jacksonville. And heavier rain is going to be impacting South Tyler here, already impacting Southwest Tyler. It'll sweep across. It's going to definitely slip across South Tyler. Winds picked up and heavy rain off of Grande and Old Noonday. Yep. That's about right. Power out in Murchison, Candy. This is the concentrated area of rain. Back up, you get to Van, Canton, Wills Point. It gets much spottier the further west you go from there. But it feels like it's starting to fill in and become more concentrated over Smith County, especially southern Smith and Henderson. The intensity seems to be picking up somewhat as well. 64 west by distant lands. Shelley's out of power. Okay, Shelley. Power's out in Flint. Hail production looks a little bit more pronounced. Western Smith County. Like I say, though, we're shooting this thing awful high by that point. So this is, it's showing between the airport and the West Loop. You bet, Casey. Power's out in Frankston. Well, took ourselves a little power hit here at the house. That'll wake everybody up. Rain is really coming down now in Tyler. Let's see here. What do we got? Yeah, that's wind, actually. Wind is blowing stout here now. Get some of these lights back on. Yeah, that wind's picking up nicely in town now. All right. So the folks in the South Tyler area are seeing the hefty rainfall finally begin to get into gear. Some wind in there as well, at least initially. I'd estimate we probably had a 30 to 40 mile an hour gust here at the house, best I could tell from looking outside the window. Rainfall's up to 3,600s at the real estate office, which, as the crow flies, is maybe a mile and a half from my house. Temps down to 70, we'll call it 71 here, same at the office. Got a lot of counties that are under warnings right now, but not all of them are seeing severe weather. Or not all of the area under the warning is seeing severe weather. I'll say that. Some hefty rain, though. Let's look at this from the Shreveport radar for Longview. So hefty rainfall, getting into the Longview area now, especially south side of Longview, out just west of Lakeport. So good to have some good moisture in the Gregg County, Gladewater, White Oak, Liberty City, you guys, Kilgore. A couple of Friday nights ago, had some hefty rain go through Longview during football games. Blake, any estimate on that hail size, bud? Quarters, Blake. Okay. Thank you, sir. All right, I'm going to let the Fort Worth guys know about that. Appreciate that very, very much. Megan's got power out in LaRue. Lord, holy cow, did everybody hear that? Oh, man. Power out South Tyler off Robert E. Lee. Yeah. So you guys in Gregg County are going to get in on this here. Longview, these power outages, this wind keeps up. No, nothing rotating per se, that tightly rotating at least. Raven. Keith's got a lot of wind, tree limbs and trees down at his place. So we're looking at this from the Shreveport radar. Megan's hearing trees fall in South Tyler off Heritage South, or in Heritage South. Frankston's out of power, Jeff. Thank you, sir. Sarah says she's driving through Chandler to get to Tyler, and a lot of power outages apparently there. Entire town's power seems to have gone out in Chandler. So, hate to hear that. Mallory, if you have any idea on that hail size, I would appreciate it. I know if you can't, it's all good. I appreciate you letting me know you hear something there. Yeah, Brooke, that's what I'm concerned with is the heat and the drought, last summer's drought, this summer's drought, 21's freeze. There's a lot of things that have been slowly or gradually stressing a lot of trees over the last couple of years. Events like this can help to kind of exacerbate that. Hey, Greg. Yeah, we're going to gradually get this out of and south of Tyler here in a bit. The heaviest of the rain is not so much on the south side of town as it is, or on the north side of town as it is on the south side of town in the southern part of the county. Areas that missed out on a lot of it earlier. All of our warnings are severe thunderstorm in nature. No flash flood warnings, no tornado warnings. Everything I've seen so far has really been centered around, wind damage. And some small hail, nothing too large for the most part. Jessica. 16% power and 16% battery and no power. I get it. Power's out in Irish Meadows, guys. Thanks, Amanda and Ryan. Strongest stuff again. Getting on the south side of Lake Palestine now. There's CUNY. Here's Lake Palestine, Berryville area. This is going to be heading up in towards Jacksonville. You guys in Jacksonville, be ready for some pretty stout wind. I'd expect 40 to 60 mile an hour winds potentially when that thing comes through. A lot of lightning. There is some hail potential there, but it hasn't produced anything too terribly widespread or too big. but it is, the wind is going to be the bigger piece of that, and the heavy rain and the lightning. So, you guys in Jacksonville, you got a good light show off to the northwest of you, and you'll see the cause of that here shortly. Severe thunderstorm warnings are all we have, though, at the moment. Yeah, getting yourself a power, Brooke. It's a good point. You get yourself a little power bank, and yeah, in my opinion, everybody needs them a good flashlight. You know, every kid, every adult. You know, you just need a good flashlight. They're cheap. You can get them nowadays with these LEDs. Man, you can light up a room with a flashlight that fit in the palm of your hand, whereas you would have needed, 9 D cell batteries in a mag light that looked like it was a baseball bat, 20 years ago. So, flashlights just a great thing to have. You always need them, and those power banks are really cool. I like them a lot. Good advice there. Keith said major trees down in Heritage South. Oh wow, Brooke. Okay, yeah. You had to step around power lines in the van tornado. Good night almighty. That was the shoe thing really comes home for you guys. I can appreciate that. Nothing tornadic right now though. So we're loose of that concern. Any rotation that's out there is exceptionally broad, and not really much going on there in that department. So, yeah, you're right, Kerry. The cell phone, the flashlight you got on your cell phone is amazing in itself. Yeah, Tanya, the home generator thing is an amazing thing. Um, I remember after the winter storm in 21 in February, we was looking around and talking to people about generators, and um, that was there were some folks that were backed up 6 months to do that, and it was pretty crazy to see the demand, and they just couldn't. You had between the COVID shortages, the supply chain, and all that other stuff, and then just a massive demand all over the state. It was pretty crazy. Um, that was pretty remarkable. No power in South Tyler at Jack. Okay, Kelsey, thank you. Why does this only happen at night? It's drama of it all, Kelsey. It seems like it always does. We get a lot of storms around here at night. We don't get a ton of stuff that really cranks during the day. Most of the time, the stuff that we get, a lot of the dry line stuff in the spring, gets going out in West Texas in the afternoon, and it races east. But by the time it gets here, it's well after dark. It's just kind of the nature of where we are. We have some storms during the day, but a lot of the stuff that we get is overnight. So that is it's just kind of the way the pattern is. Always has been that way since I was a kid. Holly Tree. Taylor, no power in Holly Tree. Okay, good to know. So let's see where we are here. It's 10:51. We've got heavy rain in South Tyler, about ready to let up. Based on what I'm seeing with the radar, still some moderate to heavy rainfall there. Southeastern part of Tyler, out between the Southeast Loop and Chapel Hill. And then more widespread heavy rainfall down towards White House on to near Troop. Maybe a little bit of hail mixed in there south of White House, between White House and Troop. Additional heavy rainfall Bullard back to the southwest into what would be extreme northwestern Cherokee County. If there's going to be hail, potentially, that's going to be one hot spot. But again, we're shooting it pretty high here with the radar. I'm looking at Shreveport's radar, so I'm not going to be too concerned with that right this second. Yeah, just a lot of folks without electricity. It's going to take a while, too. The good news is that this was a storm and an evening that was pretty well telegraphed a couple of days out. And so the folks at Encore, I will tell you, they are really good at assembling folks, pre-positioning people, and they get out, and a lot of the stuff they can get handled pretty quick when they're able to stage the manpower. And I've had a chance to talk to some of their linemen over the last number of years, and it's they do a great job of getting into position after the storms have passed, after the danger is out of the way from storms and the lightning aspect of it. They're able to get in there and they work hard to get this stuff squared away as fast as they can. So they're aware of what's going on and are going to work hard to get it squared away. So thankfully we're not going to be 100 degrees tomorrow. But I know it's never comfortable when you don't have that electricity. Boy, you sure appreciate it when you have it back on. I know a lot of these ham radio guys that I'm listening to are on backup. They're on batteries. Hey, Clint, you guys will get your shot, man. You're going to get some pretty decent wind at the airport here in the next probably 15 to 20 minutes down there at Cherokee County Airport. Thanks for checking in, man. Just to give you guys in Rusk a look, there comes, and there's going to be a good little burst of wind right there coming through Jacksonville right now. You can kind of see how the line cluster tries to kind of pooch out just a little bit there. That's wind helping to do that. So that's going to cause power outages, Jacksonville down to Gallatin, and probably between there and Rusk, between Jacksonville and Rusk too. You bet, Miranda. Thank you for being here. Good deal, Sid. You bet, Christy. So up to 3/4 of an inch at the real estate office. That's good. Temp down to 69, we'll call it. Yep. 69 here at the house. Thanks, Elizabeth. Power's out in White House, Kathy. Okay. Jacksonville, Megan, out of power. That is, I would be surprised if it didn't happen. Yeah, you guys are getting a pretty good show and troop right now, I bet, Ross. Yeah. It really is almost 11 o'clock. Weather Service in Fort Worth is going to continue their severe thunderstorm warning for Anderson and Henderson counties. That'll be southeastern Henderson and northeastern Anderson. 70-mile-an-hour winds, and Nichols and 70-mile-an-hour winds. Severe thunderstorm warning till 11:15. So that'll be for this cluster down towards Natchez right now, over to north of Palestine. Wind's pretty strong in Jacksonville, Kristen. That's to be expected. It'll let up here in a few minutes, but you got to get the brunt of that leading edge through there first before that's going to improve for you, unfortunately. And again, that's going to be the same story for you guys in Gallatin, Reclaw, Rusk. And then we'll see. Let's see how this transpires going forward. Heavier rainfall is about to get out of southeast Tyler. You can see the radar show that. So that lighter color contours coming in. So that'll signal the end of that heavier rain. Still raining, heavily over Chapel Hill, White House, Flint, Bullard, Troop, Arp. So we got a ways to go with that for you guys. It's a lot of lightning in this thing, though. This area right in here where it starts to try to bulge a little bit. That's a good signal for some strong wind. Area like that, just looking at the gradient, how steep the gradient is. You go from no rain to very heavy rain in a short amount of time. That's going to come with it. There's going to be an effect there with the wind. Pretty quiet in Edom, Kaylee. Some thunder off to the south of you. Let's pull Fort Worth back up and get a better feel for what's happening up the street. So, I mean, you've got showers kind of firing at random. Thunderstorms in there, some as well, back to the northwest. Nothing severe. Just a lot of stuff trying to pop. Power's out, Jacksonville, at your place, Ashley. Okay. You know, I don't see anything that would keep this stuff from continuing to try to fire off to the northwest. But what you don't see in there are any severe warnings. So that's a good sign, at least there. But there are some capable of producing lightning. You can see that back out towards Plano and whatnot there. So Beat Barron's throwing that out, Dustin. I've got the Barron app myself. I know what you're talking about. And I get a lot of good use out of it too, by the way. So Barron's concerned about some I don't see anything in there right now that's screaming tornado for me near Mount Selman, Dustin. There's Bullard, there's Jacksonville. Mount Selman's going to be up in here. Yeah, I don't see nothing's really screaming that to me. So hopefully that helps some. But it's a good app, though, nonetheless. It looks like Fort Worth. Okay, so Fort Worth, they're going to extend the severe thunderstorm watch box until 1 o'clock. So that's going to include Hopkins, Rains, Van Zandt, Henderson. So basically everybody in the box is going to stay in the box. Instead of until 11, they go to 1 o'clock for that. So You bet, Dustin. Yeah, rain's let up in South Tyler, Keith. Yeah, a lot of lightning. You're going to keep that lightning show there pretty nearby for a while. Kara, South Tyler, I mean, yeah, I would say you guys are okay in South Tyler. The rain's going to continue scooting off to the southeast. That's going to that's going to be the lightning and the thunder and the heavier rainfall. So for now, we'll see it start to quiet down. But like I said, we've got additional stuff just kind of popping at will out west, northwest of us. So there'll be additional shower potential later on tonight. Yeah, Casey, that's what I hear. A lot of people talking about how pretty it is. Jacksonville, Gallatin area, Rhonda. You guys are going to be in that for another 30 minutes probably at least. Gallatin's just on the leading edge of the wind. The rain hadn't even got there yet, hardly yet. Heavy rainfall, Jacksonville. A lot of lightning in there. There'll be some wind as well, but it's going to transition to more lightning and rain, and the wind will be the bigger player out ahead of this. New Summerfield, Gallatin, Rusk. You guys in Rusk, you'll get a pretty good burst of wind here in the next few minutes as that leading gust front comes through. The severe thunderstorm warning does include Rusk, Gallatin, New Summerfield. That'll be for up to 60, 70. What are they calling that? 60-mile-an-hour winds. That goes for another 7 minutes. Another about 7 minutes or so. Good to see that moderate to heavy rain over Kilgore and south of Longview, Lakeport, Henderson, Carthage. You guys double dipping today. Had a lot of good rain over Panola County and Shelby County, Harrison County this morning. Jefferson, hefty rain right now. Severe thunderstorm warning there for you guys in Marion County. Let me double check that. So that expires. So that's going to be eastern Marion and northeastern Harrison County. That goes until 11:45. 60-mile-an-hour winds again in there as well. Oh, thanks, Bethany. I appreciate that. Thank you. So back to the west, it gets more spotty. You get south central, more concentrated. No power at all timbers. Okay, Michelle, thank you. This is going to be our action area right here for a while as that continues to shovel across southwestern Panola County, Cherokee County, and the Nacogdoches County. "40-mile-per-hour gust at JSO." Okay, thanks, Clint. Appreciate that, man. Thanks, Clint. Just pass that along to the weather service, man. Lindsay, you guys, so Applebee, Knack, um, you're probably an hour out, a little bit more. It's like sounds like they got some pretty decent tree damage and debris along Old Jacksonville there, just north of the toll, Knollwood area. Jacob, high winds in Gallatin. Yeah, that lines up perfectly with what we were talking about. Hey, Rebecca. Yeah, you guys, Gallatin, Rusk, Reclaw. I saw that 40 mile an hour gust that Clint had at the Jacksonville Cherokee County Airport there between Rusk and Jacksonville. Great spot there. Lots of rain in Rusk, Rebecca. Okay, thank you. There'll be more. Jude, no tornado warnings at this time, but we're strictly severe thunderstorm at the moment. Um, Nothing, no tornado warnings at all in our area. So that is it's been quite a few hours since we've had any kind of tornado warnings for our immediate area.
Severe thunderstorm warning.
All right, we're going to run a new severe thunderstorm warning for you. That'll be for southeastern Smith, southwestern Panola, Rusk County, northwestern Nacogdoches, northwestern Shelby, northwestern Angelina, and Cherokee County, and that's going to go till midnight. Storms capable of severe weather located near New Salem or 11 miles northeast of Rusk, moving southeast at 55 miles an hour, 60 mile an hour winds, and quarter-size hail possible with those storms. So again, we're just going to kind of blanket these areas now with these warnings. there's the new polygon that comes into place. It does include the city of Nacogdoches. It does not include Lufkin. It does come just southwest of Carthage. You got the city of Henderson in there. There's Reclaw. There's Cushing, Alto, Wells, Rusk. You kind of get the general idea there, okay? So mainly 60-mile-an-hour winds. There'll be, the potential for some hail in there, but I think the wind is the overarching concern. As far as something that has actually, in fact, produced in more of a widespread fashion. And from what I'm hearing and on the traffic from the amateur radio folks and from the reports that I'm seeing here from you guys, the wind has definitely produced tonight. And, we're going to have a lot of stuff to pick up tomorrow. A lot of limbs, a lot of trees, Halloween decorations and pumpkins and just all kinds of stuff strewn across the area from this kind of thing. So that is kind of fall in our area. Nothing tornadic though. Haven't had anything that's produced a tornado as far as I know all day. Although we came on to cover that initial tornado warning back, I think it was sometime between 6 and 7 o'clock. I lost track. But that was what initially kind of brought this to bear. And I figured we would just kind of try to walk this as far through the evening as we could, at least with this initial round. And so here we are at 11:17. So we'll be knocking on the door Monday here before too long. A lot of troop power outages and lightning there. Ross, thanks for that, man. I'll look for that, Kara. Thank you. So here's some video from earlier, some lightning video. Thanks to Kara for sending this from Cumberland Road about 10, 15 minutes ago. Good grief, like continual. Stops. Yeah, you don't see lightning like this too terribly often that just continually does this. Thanks for sending that over. That's great. All right, so we are up to 7,700s at the real estate office. Temps down to 69. The city of Tyler is now clear of any warnings. So we got southeastern Smith County still under severe thunderstorm warning. And then this large cluster, which includes Panola County, Nacogdoches County, Cherokee, all of Cherokee County almost. And the additional warning for Marion County there, again, for more straight line winds. Nothing definitive for Lindale, Brad. You'd asked about what else is coming tonight. Right now, the stuff that we're dealing with from here on out after this main complex is probably going to be more scattered in nature. At least it's scattered in nature right now. Now, could it congeal into a larger mass? Yeah, obviously it could. But as it stands right now, that stuff is more scattered in its layout. But we do have some storms, back further to the north. The Weather Service went ahead and did extend that watch box until 1 o'clock versus the original expiration time of 11. So, that's going to be something that we have to watch for as we go into the overnight hours. But the more widespread wind threat is going to stay concentrated in this section down here from just west of Henderson back down to Rusk onto just north of Alto and then over to just east of Palestine. That's where the main severe weather show is going to be. So hopefully that helps to give you at least a little bit of a feel for what's happening. Appreciate it, Janie. Thank you. Amber, you guys like the Pines? Now this is way east of you. This will be over closer past the east side of Jefferson, over towards. I'm drawing a blank here. Caddo, that area. It's dropping some pretty hefty rain though over northern Harrison County now, northeastern Harrison County too. Cindy, I would say you guys in Marshall, you got a pretty hefty storm there, just north of you right now, which seems to be kind of hooking up with some additional showers south side of Marshall. So you got some more rain headed your way, but once that big cluster passes, that should be it for you guys for a while. Yeah, Bryce, I was afraid of that. A lot of folks' Halloween decorations are trashed after this tonight. So you're not alone. Misery loves company, as they say. And y'all are in Rusk, yeah. The severe thunderstorm warning again does continue for eastern Marion County and northeastern Harrison County. We got another 20 minutes on that. Okay. So that runs till 11:45. Tell you what, that's a heck of a week to be off and then come back to this. You bet, Cindy. Yeah, I got this little disturbance right here that's just firing things up. As far as Emory, Kristen, later on tonight, I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility that we have some additional storms try to run their way across. It's hard to say for sure though. It's 75 of rain just off north of Wills Point. That's a heck of a number, Charles. Thanks for that, man. Thank you, Sean. Glad to have you around, man. Thanks for being here. Yeah, with this little bend in the there's our little disturbance. You bet, Kristen. A lot of moisture parked right over us. 2.2 inches, that's a lot of precipitable water. That bullseye sitting right over the top of us. So a very primed atmosphere for things to go off and heavy rain to be produced. Storm Prediction Center had that, they have that low tornado 2% bullseye, which is, low from as far as their threshold go. That's the bottom of their tornado potential threshold. Wind and hail has always looked as if have always looked as if they were going to be the main players. The hail, especially western counties, kind of like we talked about this morning, that thought really hadn't changed any over the last couple of hours. So let's see here. We got 11:27 coming up on 11:28. Continues to get quieter in Smith County. Southeastern Smith still the hotter spot. Clear of White House though now, clear of Bullard. Natchez, Palestine, you guys we'll see things kind of slow down gradually. A lot of widespread rain over most of Panola County, a good chunk of Shelby County. Extreme northeastern Nacogdoches County. There's that storm south and eastern part of Marion County, north and eastern Harrison County. Some great videos and pictures. Jeez. From earlier tonight. Sarah asked about the more storms 2-3 o'clock. I can't argue too much with that. I think what they're seeing is what you're seeing on the radar back northwest of us. The question is, are they going to produce severe weather? I think we'll see. Typically, based on what we've seen so far, I would expect these things to probably coalesce and bring some additional rain into the area well after midnight tonight. I don't think you can see what looks like rotation taking place over the DFW area. See how that ground, some of that's probably rain, some of it's ground clutter, but you can make out a definite counterclockwise rotation over the Dallas area, a broad, large rotating, indicative of of low pressure there. That's probably going to continue to spark these things off overnight. So yeah, I don't have a problem. I don't know about the specifics on the timing, but I think the environment is there. We got all the moisture in the air column over East Texas. We've got lift coming across. We've got, we've got a lot of things on the table that would argue for rain, and probably some heavy rain at times, and probably some lightning, maybe some severe in there as well. That's something we'll have to wait and see. But the ingredients for rain are all over the place there. So hopefully that helps a little bit. Hey, Rob. But yeah, these showers are definitely getting going back up Dallas and up close to the river and south of there. So, a couple of warnings still here. But nothing tornadic so far that I've seen. All right, just going to continue to kind of see what else is cooking. Weather Service out in Fort Worth continues to watch storms out in their neck of the woods. Nothing severe that they're concerned with, which is good for those of us watching what's coming from upstream. So rains again out of Tyler for the time being. Got some additional showers out west towards Van, Edom, and then heavier rain the further east and southeast that you go, particularly around this large cluster that is a wind producer. So we're going to tell you what, we're going to take, we'll continue to post stuff as need be here for the next little bit. That when your cartridge is not necessarily, I think that's just being produced by that little cluster of showers over near Beckville, Tatum area. Not necessarily directly related to this stuff from Henderson back to Cushing. Oh, you bet, Sarah. Absolutely. This storm out near eastern Harrison County is going to exit off towards Shreveport here shortly. That's a wind producer. And then these guys here from Henderson back to Cushing, also wind producers. But we'll handle these other storms with some individual posts as we need to. And I think at this point, I'm going to step aside and start monitoring this with some lower end posts as we need to throughout the night. If something gets nuts, we'll come back in and talk about it. The general theme for the rest of the evening and into the early part of the overnight is going to be for this cluster to continue to push south and east. It'll be mainly a wind producer. It's going to produce some power outages. It's going to produce some heavy rain and some lightning. And as things continue to evolve upstream towards the DFW Metroplex, we'll probably have some additional showers and thunderstorms pull through during the overnight hours. How severe or strong those are going to be is still up for debate, but I think we'll have more rainfall continue to kind of evolve overnight due to the environment that we're in right now. We got a lot of moisture, we got lift, we've got everything that we need to help fire those things off, and nothing really to suppress that at the moment. So it's good to have the rain. It's not so good to have the problems that can come with it too fast or with storms that are producing a little bit too much wind. But it could be a whole heck of a lot worse, and we have seen that here through the last number of months, not that often, with dry and drought conditions. So glad to have the rain. I know it's a little unnerving at night, but we'll be here to look in on it as we need to. Back in the morning as we do around 7 to 7:30 with a 7-day forecast. If you are just now joining us for this tonight, I hope it's been helpful for you. I hope you'll tell your friends about it. And we appreciate the chance to pitch in and do something that we've been involved with for quite a long time around these parts. So having been somebody who grew up here, I've had the chance to watch the weather around here for a number of years and hopefully can make some sense of it for you and your family as well. So with that, you guys enjoy your evening and overnight. We'll be back to talk more as we need to. All right.
Thanks for watching this live broadcast from Doc Deason's Weather. When weather's at its worst, we're at our best. Doc Deason's Weather, the calm in the storm.